Okay, Mr. Hua. Then let me tell you. Osmanthus fragrans with a diameter at breast height of 15 centimeters originally cost only 4,000 yuan per plant. This intention is correct. But it is incorrect to say that the price of Osmanthus fragrans with a breast diameter of 15 centimeters has increased from 4,000 yuan per plant to 6,000 yuan per plant. Why, Mr. Zhao, isn't this the obvious meaning? Because the osmanthus purchased now for 6,000 yuan per plant is not the original osmanthus, but a spherical osmanthus with a breast diameter of 15 centimeters. In addition to having the same diameter at breast height and being both sweet-scented osmanthus, the height, crown width, shape, etc. are completely different. A tree with a beautiful crown is almost 50% more expensive than a tree with an ordinary crown, and sometimes it is even more expensive. You seem a bit far-fetched. Okay, if you say it's far-fetched, it's far-fetched. I still want to express my meaning completely. As for your purchase quantity of sweet-scented osmanthus being adjusted from 50 to 300, the price should be the same as the purchase of granite. When the purchase area becomes larger, the unit price of purchase should drop. I disagree with this opinion. Mr. Hua, the purchase volume of granite has increased from 100 square meters to 600 square meters. Under normal circumstances, he can ask the manufacturer to lower the purchase price. This is based on the fact that the manufacturer has more than 600 square meters. It will only happen when the goods are available. If he only has 100 square meters of goods, and you want to buy 600 square meters, and there are still 500 square meters, he will have to go everywhere to find the source of goods, right? Right. Then the cost of the 500 square meter manufacturer may increase because of searching for goods everywhere. At least the transportation cost will increase. Is this the truth? That's the truth. Okay, now let's go back to the adjustment of the purchase quantity of osmanthus fragrans from 50 to 300. Is it the same as the increase in the cost of granite? The freight will at least increase. Right? Right. The boss of the seedling supplier has to go everywhere to find sources of seedlings. Will his travel expenses increase? Yes. It turns out that when the purchase quantity was small, 50 plants, everyone in the market knew that the supply was, say, 200 plants. The supply far exceeded demand, so it was naturally a buyer's pricing market. Now that the purchase demand has suddenly increased to 300 plants, there will be an illusion that supply exceeds demand in the market. It turns out that if he can buy his spherical osmanthus for 5,000 yuan per plant, will those bosses who have seedling sources think that there are rare things to live in, so I just want to wait and see the price. Because these resources are sold for a little less, unlike stone, which can be continuously mined in mining areas to meet market demand. Mr. Hua, do you think this is true? The truth is this, but the price difference between the two is too big, which is a bit difficult to understand, and the total price is quite a lot, more than 2 million, so it is difficult to make a decision. Mr. Hua, no one is asking you to make a decision. I didn't want to say anything at first. You can ask your leader. Can I ask the leader about something I don't agree with? If you don't handle things well on your own, there's nothing wrong with asking your leader for advice. Let me just tell you that the text message Yun Qing sent you was also sent to Mr. Song, the president of the business unit. Mr. Song agreed, but out of respect for you, he asked to report to you. As a result, with such a tight construction period, a few of us have been talking about this matter for several hours, and we haven't reached an agreement yet. At the same time, Yu Xingjie also approached Mr. Bai Jiangwen about this matter, and Mr. Bai also agreed. In this case, you are just going along with the flow. What big responsibility do you bear? Instead, the project manager and the person in charge of production in our area are responsible for completing the work on schedule. Mr. Zhao, you are not honest in how you handle things. If you had told me that the two big leaders agreed, would I have been able to talk to you for so long? Didn't you do this on purpose to test my level? I've had enough to eat and have nothing to do, so I came here to test your level. Who knows that you can't handle things well and likes to keep it in your own hands, not communicating with superior leaders, nor taking the initiative to communicate with the person in charge of the project department or area. You are not in the project department and have not experienced what it feels like for Party A's leader to scold you every day, so no matter how urgent the matter is, it doesn't seem so urgent when it comes to you, and you think it can be put off for a while. Hey, I didn't mean to drag you down. In this case, I will ask the leader for instructions on this matter. You have to hurry up. The purchase of seedlings is waiting in the nursery now. Party A has been scolding us for our slow response and doesn't know whether we should purchase it or not. Okay, I'll ask right away. After Hua Baibai hung up the phone with Zhao Manfu, he came to the office of Song Ziyuan, the president of the business unit, and reported, Mr. Song, today we need to purchase a batch of osmanthus for the landscape improvement project of the first phase of the South China Sea Bowen project. The cost of the osmanthus is 1,929,000 yuan. Please check the quotation. 6,015,400 yuan, with a quoted gross profit margin of 68%. Zhao Manfu always said that he had reported it to you and you had already agreed. Yes, as long as the work rush task can be completed and the artistic effect can meet Party A's requirements. At the same time, Party A is willing to give us a price appraisal, and the project department has resubmitted the price appraisal information. I think this is a benefit for our company. If Party A pays the bill, we can arrange it for them as soon as possible. At the same time, in order for the project department to have enough respect for you, I don't want them to come to me directly for everything. That's why you asked them to arrange for someone to communicate with you. After Hua Baibai heard this, he thought to himself, so what Zhao Manfu said is true. This is bad. So he said to Song Ziyuan, I don't know about the situation that you have agreed to. I will contact Zhao Manfu immediately and inform them to purchase quickly. Okay, hurry up and get it done. After it's done, remember to give me feedback. Okay, Mr. Song. After Hua Baiyuan left Song Ziyuan's office and returned to his own office, he called Zhao Manfu, Mr. Zhao, I just went to see Mr. Song and gave me a slap on the wrist. He said that he agreed with the osmanthus fragrance matter and asked you to arrange the procurement and planting at the site as soon as possible without allowing any delay in the construction period. From now on, if you want to talk to Mr. Song, it's best to talk to me first, and then I'll report to Mr. Song. Zhao Manfu replied, I will arrange the purchase of osmanthus trees immediately. There is nothing wrong with us when it comes to finding Mr. Song like this time. I arranged for Zhang Yunqing to find you, and I went to find Mr. Song myself. Is there anything wrong with such a process? If you think there is a problem with this arrangement, you can ask Mr. Song yourself when the time comes. Okay, no matter what, I still want to thank Mr. Hua for his help and coordination this time. I will immediately arrange for the project manager to notify the seedling purchasing personnel to purchase the sweet-scented osmanthus. Okay, bye. Bye-bye. Zhao Manfu called Song Xiaoshan and said, I have spent 100 years asking for instructions from Mr. Song, the president of the business unit, and he has officially informed me to arrange for the purchase of osmanthus as soon as possible without affecting the construction schedule. Song Xiaoshan replied on the phone, okay, I understand. Arrange it immediately. Thank you Mr. Zhao for your support. After Song Xiaoshan waited for Zhao Manfu to hang up the phone, he called Yu Xingjie to inform him, Mr. Zhao has communicated with Hua Baibai and confirmed that we should purchase osmanthus flowers quickly and arrive on site without affecting the construction schedule. Does that mean you agree to Chao Shingen's unit price conditions and payment terms? The procurement has been notified. If nothing else is stated clearly, you will understand that everyone agrees. Hurry up and plant the seedlings. Then when you come back, you will write the supply contract for Chao Shingen and go through the approval process. Okay, I will immediately go to each nursery to say hello and confirm again, and the organization will start planting seedlings immediately. After Yu Xingjie waited for Song Xiaoshan to hang up the phone, He called Chao Shingen to make arrangements. Now leaders at all levels of the company have agreed to the unit price of osmanthus purchase this time. You arrange for the nursery to dig and transport it as quickly as possible. It must be make sure that everything is transported to the site before 12 o'clock the day after tomorrow. In this case, more workers may be arranged to plant all the sweet-scented osmanthus trees the day after tomorrow. I am well prepared here. I will communicate with the greening engineer Wang Bin to confirm the time point for the arrival of the sweet-scented osmanthus tree. Did you agree to the price you heard from someone now? The project manager informed me. I suggest you ask your regional business manager again. Don't let the project manager lie to you. It would be troublesome just to complete the work. Probably not. I will call Zhang Yunqing again to confirm. After Yu Xingjie ended the phone call with Chao Shingen, he still chose to take the initiative to call Zhang Yunqing for confirmation. But after the call was connected, it was still Zhao Manfu who answered the call. Xingjie, what do you want to do with Mr. Zhang? He is still driving. Song Xiaoshan just informed me that osmanthus tree has entered the procurement market. When I informed Chao Shingen, Boss Chao asked me whether the company leaders agreed to his purchase unit price and payment terms. Zhao Manfu chuckled and said, if you want to ask about this matter, I happen to know better. This matter has been going on for hundreds of years without the general consent, right? Yes, I even called Hua Bai and explained. He didn't agree at the time either. Later, I personally called Hua Bai. After communicating for a long time, he didn't understand or agree. It was only when I really had no other choice that I asked Mr. Song, the business unit president who spent 100 years to find him. Mr. Song told Hua Bai that he had already agreed and asked him to arrange the purchase quickly. In this case, it took me 100 years to call me to inform me that I agreed to the purchase price of osmanthus, and asked the project department to purchase it quickly. Are you relieved now? I'm relieved about the price. What are the payment terms? The terms of payment did not say agreement or disagreement. Since this matter has already been agreed, it can be understood as tacit agreement. Okay, that's all. Have you arranged for the suppliers to start planting seeds as soon as possible? We have made arrangements to ensure that all tasks can be completed on time. Please rest assured, Mr. Zhao. Okay. Zhao Manfu hung up the phone and said to Zhang Yunqing, this annoying osmanthus tree is finally coordinated now. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, I don't understand, why do some people always like internal friction? Zhao Manfu comforted him, don't look at others with colored eyes. For someone like Hua Bai, maybe he just isn't good enough. He couldn't really understand why the project department was in such a hurry to purchase osmanthus, and he couldn't understand that such a difference in the crown shape of the osmanthus would bring about a huge difference in procurement costs. At the same time, from his position, it is impossible for him to agree to whatever data the project reports to him. In that case, the company will think that he actually has no effect. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, positions that are useless should be replaced or cancelled. Doesn't setting up so many useless positions increase the company's management costs? Zhao Manfu smiled and said, you. For such a large company, its output value is increasing every year, and it needs more and more people every year. Every extra person wants to reflect their value to the company, so they want to have a say in everything, they want to use up any rights they have, and they even take the initiative to supervise how others exercise their rights. Some people who are more extreme will deliberately find ways to set up obstacles to seize the rights of others. The scariest animal in the world, do you know what it is? I don't know, is it a human? Zhao Manfu laughed heartily and did not clearly answer this question, which seemed to be of low IQ. During the chat, the two happily ended the driving trip between the two project departments and came to Zhao Manfu's office in the Nanshan project department together. Zhao Manfu called Zhou Wencheng and asked, are you in the project department? Here, has the leader returned to the project department? Well, I'm back. Come to my office to discuss it. Good. A few minutes later Zhou Wenqing came to Zhao Manfu's office. When Zhang Yunqing saw Zhou Wenqing, he took the initiative to say hello, Mr. Zhou, thank you for introducing the ecological railing manufacturer. Song Xiaoshan has informed him that construction will begin tomorrow. It's a small effort, nothing to thank you for. You don't know that if you don't use the one you're looking for, you'll have to use the one found by Lei Zhao, the head of materials in the division. Can you guess how much that company's asking price per meter is? 500 yuan per meter. If the other party quotes 500 yuan per meter, they probably won't ask you for help. Oh, is the offer good? Well, it only costs 450 yuan per meter in the north. If we move to the South China Sea, the costs will increase a lot, and the price will rise to 786.28 yuan per meter. Oh, that's such an exaggeration. Won't he lower it? According to Lei Zhao, the person in charge of materials in the business department, it can be lowered. Once it drops to 750 yuan per meter, it can no longer be lowered. So the price of the one we are looking for now is 460 yuan per meter. Compared with the one that is 750 yuan per meter, we have saved 290 yuan per meter. Yes. How many meters is the total length? It's 565 meters. Calculate how much money you saved. 565 meters multiplied by 290 yuan per meter equals 163,850 yuan. Wow, Mr. Zhao, the supplier I found for you saved 163,850 yuan. Should I be given a bonus? Any 30% bonus would be 48,000 yuan. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, I also think we should give you some bonuses, but I don't have any money in my hand. How about next time I see Song Xiaoshan, let him allocate some of the bonus at the end of the year to you to balance your psychology. Zhou Wenqing smiled and said, forget it, the year-end bonus is too far away. It would be more practical to ask Zhang Yunqing to treat us to a barbecue. Zhang Yunqing replied, I can still afford this barbecue. How about tonight, if everyone has time, we can get together. Zhou Wenqing smiled and said, there must be time for barbecue, right, Mr. Zhao? Zhao Manfu smiled and said, yes, how can we be so busy that we don't even have time to eat? I am free tonight. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, as long as I'm empty, I'll make a reservation first. Zhao Manfu asked Zhou Wenqing, during the past few days since we left, did Mr. Zhuang and Mr. Yu apply for money from their company and give it to you? Zhou Wenqing replied, the application has arrived, and it has all been transferred to me today. I estimate that it will be used in the past few days, so I have taken it out and asked Finance Tang Ying to put it in the safe for me. Didn't I say last time that there were 3 people I didn't know very well that I didn't look for? Yes, you 2 leaders are back today, so you can go find them just in time. How did you and Mr. Zhang distribute the 3 people we talked about last time? Mr. Zhang assigned Xiao Zhao from the Office Affairs Bureau and Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission, and I assigned Xiao Lu from the Gardening Department. Mr. Zhou, when you go to send these unfamiliar people this time, do you need to prepare some tea boxes to disguise them? Otherwise, I guess it will be difficult for me to send them out. It's ready. I'll ask Tang Ying to bring it over. Zhou Wenqing called Tang Ying, the financial cashier, and arranged, bring the 3 boxes of tea in your safe to Mr. Zhao's office. Okay. Financial cashier Tang Ying agreed on the phone. After a while, Tang Ying took 3 boxes of tea, opened them in front of the 3 people and counted, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 50,000 in each box, making the 3 boxes a total of 150,000. Mr. Zhou, please sign the IOU. Zhou Wenqing smiled and said, I only want to take away 50,000, and Mr. Zhang will take away 100,000. How do you sign this? Tang Ying thought for a moment and said, if I had known earlier, I could have written 2 IOUs. In this case, when you sign the amount you borrowed. It is enough for the 2 of you to borrow a total of 150,000. Zhou Wenqing signed and borrowed 50,000 yuan and handed the loan slip to Zhang Yunqing. After Zhang Yunqing took the loan form, he wrote down a loan of 100,000 yuan and his own name. Tang Ying got the IOU signed by the two and exited Zhao Manfu's office. Zhao Manfu asked, "You are here to communicate with these three unfamiliar people. And we haven't gotten the pricing data from their valuation team yet. Should we contact them?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "I'll go find Engineer Li from the Audit Bureau tonight to see if I can get the data." Zhao Manfu smiled and said, "You have to find 3 people today. Your time is very tight. Go out and do things quickly." Zhang Yunqing replied, "Okay. I will go back to my office to contact these 3 people." Zhang Yunqing returned to the office of the Ministry of Commerce. Yu Danjun and Li Shixuan both took the initiative to greet Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing said, "I just came back today and I need to go out to find a few people. If you need to communicate with me about the matters in your hands, please contact me first. Sort it out and discuss it with me tomorrow morning." Both Yu Danjun and Li Shixuan expressed their understanding. Zhang Yunqing found the number of Xiao Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau in the phone address book and dialed him. It rang for a long time and no one answered the phone. Zhang Yunqing found the number of Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission in the phone address book and dialed him. After a few rings, the call was connected. "Hello, Leader, I am Xiao Zhang from the Professional Gardening Subcontracting Unit of the Nanshan Project. Just call me Zhang Gong. I'm not a leader. Maybe you are not the leader in your unit, but you are a very important leader to our construction unit. You're welcome. Leader, I need to trouble you with something here. Can I give you a chance to ask for advice in person? I'm quite busy today and don't have time. Then tomorrow, you see, let's meet at whatever time is convenient for you tomorrow. Then please contact me tomorrow." "Okay, thanks to the leader, bye." "Bye-bye." After Zhang Yunqing and Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission hung up the phone, they called Xiao Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau. It still rang for a long time and the other party didn't answer. After waiting for half an hour, Zhang Yunqing called Xiao Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau again, but this time the call also rang for a long time without answering. Zhang Yunqing felt that Mao Jiao was hot. It was really not a good job to ask for help. He called Xiao Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau 3 times but no one answered. Zhang Yunqing scratched his head and thought about what other tricks he could use to contact Xiao Zhao from the agency's Affairs Bureau. Once you think about it, take action. Zhang Yunqing edited a text message to Xiao Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau. "Dear leaders. Hello. I am Zhang Yunqing from Western Construction Company, Limited, a professional subcontractor for the Nanshan Project Garden Construction. I have called you 3 times and all have been answered. Since I have something urgent that I need to report to you in person, please give me a call after reading the letter. Grateful. Sincerely, Zhang Yunqing." Zhang Yunqing edited the text message and sent it to Xiao Zhao's mobile phone number in the Government Affairs Bureau. After waiting for another half hour, there was still no feedback. Zhang Yunqing thought to himself that he was looking for Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission today, but he found a reason to reject it and asked him to contact him again tomorrow. "I also called Xiao Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau. I called 3 times but no one answered the phone. I sent text messages and didn't receive a call back. You can't just waste your time completely." Zhang Yunqing thought for a while, picked up the phone, looked up the phone number of Nanshan Audit Bureau Li Gong in the phone address book, and dialed it. The answer was relatively smooth. "Hello, Li Gong. Do you have time to join us tonight? Let's have a light meal. I really can't do it today. I'm working overtime, so I can only have a working meal. It's such a hard work, and you're still working overtime. Can we meet at 1 o'clock in the evening? Okay, I don't know when I will be free. Can you afford to wait? Oh, as long as the leader gives me a chance to wait, I can keep waiting." Where can I say that I can't wait? Okay, that's it. Let's meet at the same place, just wait for me. Zhang Yunqing replied, if you want it, see you there or leave. Zhang Yunqing came to Zhao Manfu's office again. Zhao Manfu asked, Mr. Zhang, why are you back so efficient? Have you got everything done? Zhang Yunqing smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Zhao, you may not be suitable for this kind of thing. I made an appointment with 3 people in the office and they were all in a bit of trouble. What's happening? Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission said that he was not free today and could not meet in person. I wanted to make an appointment for a specific time tomorrow, but the other party said that he was not sure about the time tomorrow and would contact me by phone tomorrow. It's normal. What else? Xiao Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau made 3 calls but didn't answer, and sent text messages but didn't reply. Anything else? Gong Li is working overtime and couldn't make the dinner date. He promised to meet at the old place, but I don't know when he will wait. After listening to Zhang Yunqing's words, Zhao Manfu replied, these are normal situations. Do you think running relationships are so easy to run? Sometimes you wait for several days and still don't get the person you're supposed to meet. It's still early for you. As for Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission, remember to call in time tomorrow. As for Xiao Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau, if he doesn't answer calls or text messages today, he will continue to call him tomorrow. There is no need to fight anymore today. Maybe the person is really busy and has no time to deal with you. It is also possible. Will man and machine be separated? If man and machine are separated, of course they won't be able to contact each other. Do you even need to think about this? When you do these things, you just have to be more patient and make appointments with people more often. Okay. I know this. Some people will not come if you only ask them once. If you make more appointments, maybe people will realize your sincerity and come to meet you. It's good to know and keep working hard. Do you think I should wait for Engineer Li after eating in the project department, or should I wait now? I suggest you go and wait now, and by the way, you can have dinner at the cafe where you are waiting. If we don't save money on this meal, don't miss the meeting with the key person. In that case, it will be particularly troublesome for you to make an appointment with him in the future. According to what you said, Mr. Zhao, then I have to drive there quickly. This is during off-duty hours, and it will take our project department dozens of minutes to drive there. Okay, then hurry up and wait for Mr. Li. Zhang Yunqing said okay and left Zhao Manfu's office. I went downstairs and drove to Nanshan Cafe in the city. When I arrived at the front desk of the coffee shop, I asked the waiter, is the private room 666 empty now? Waiter, sir. Sorry, there are still people in private room 666. They will leave in about an hour and a half. Well, can I sit in the booth first and wait until private room 666 becomes available? It's okay if it's vacant, but we can't drive away guests. I know, just pay attention to it for me. Okay. What kind of coffee would you like to order now? As for coffee, I'll order it later. I haven't had dinner yet, please give me something to eat first. We only have noodles here, fried noodles with eggs and braised beef brisket noodles with tomatoes. Have a big bowl of braised beef brisket noodles with tomatoes. Okay, just a second. Half an hour later, a large bowl of tomato braised beef brisket noodles provided by the cafe arrived. Zhang Yunqing was already hungry and quickly finished a large bowl of braised beef brisket noodles with tomatoes. Then I asked the waiter to order a cup of vanilla latte, and drank it slowly to pass the time. Zhang Yunqing took this opportunity to think about some of the events that happened when he came to Western Construction Company, Ltd. When I first joined Western Construction Company, Limited, I was very excited, thinking that the company would soon have a project in Sichuan. So when I first joined the company, I didn't care at all about the salary offered by the company. I also dreamed that after Sichuan City had a project, I could go back to work at home soon. In this case, you can work in Nishikawa Metropolis with a salary in Kyoto, which is beautiful just thinking about it. In addition, if you work in Sichuan Metropolis, so many part-time resources will be available, and your income should be more guaranteed. As a result, Bai Qing-ting, the boss of Oriental Construction Company, Limited, hired Li Chang'an, the second-in-command of Sichuan Ruiji Group, to join the company. He wanted to engage in real estate development, which made the boss of Sichuan Ruiji Group angry. He was worth hundreds of millions. The EPC design and construction general contracting of the municipal park invested by Sichuan Ruiji Group was cancelled at the critical moment when both parties needed the final stamp of approval. I worked in the 5th business department in Kyoto for about a month, working under the leadership of Hua Baibai, and reviewed a settlement review work for the next department. I guess I offended the relevant personnel of the project department, and by the way, the business department of the business department Hua Renjia, the person in charge of settlement, was also offended. While working in Kyoto, I established a good friendship with Han Zhaokai and Su Dequai, the financial leaders of the business department. Unfortunately, these two people chose to leave Western Construction Company, Limited due to personal reasons. It was very unpleasant to work in Kyoto. After many communications, by chance, Zhao Manfu came forward to transfer Zhang Yunqing from the commercial department of the 5th business department in Kyoto to the Nanhai area. He was appointed as the commercial person in charge of the Nanhai area, working with Zhao Manfu. The team manages projects in the Nanhai area. They talked about several projects in one area, but it turned out that the first project in the Nanhai area was the current Nanshan project. When I first arrived at the Nanshan project department, the only budget officer in the project department, Jiang Taoran, was still in the process of resigning. As a result, the job was not dismissed and he was transferred to work in Kyoto, which was equivalent to returning home. Jiang Taoran told Jiang Taoran that he was doing the bad thing instead. It was his own fault. As a result, Zhang Yunqing had no choice but to step up and take over the 3 positions of Nanshan Project Department's budget clerk, business manager, and Nanhai area's business manager. The salary issue did not say that one person could do 3 people's work. You can get the salary of 3 people for doing something, and no one will care about this kind of thing at all. Zhang Yunqing felt that as long as he didn't make trouble, no one would realize that it was one person doing the work of 3 people. During that time, it was a day and night working mode of white plus black, 5 plus 2. As soon as you wake up, there is a lot of work waiting to be done. If you can't finish the work during the day, you will continue to do it at night, until you are exhausted and unable to do anything, and then you have no choice but to fall asleep. Sometimes I wake up in the morning and find that I am still in the office. Later, I really couldn't stand this kind of high-intensity work, so I desperately asked the company to recruit people. Only then did I first recruit Li Xishuan, the budget clerk, and then Yu Dongjin, the business manager. Li Xishuan is a novice and lacks work experience. The calculation work and price assembly work she does must be reviewed repeatedly and carefully checked. Li Xishuan has to rework several times before she can obtain a basically usable result document. Yu Dongjin has more work experience, but she needs to deal with the company's capital plan, downstream payments, and progress payment declarations. There are many and complicated things in her hands. Especially the capital plan and the next payment, these 2 things are unique to Western Construction Company, Limited and are completely different from the formats and rules experienced by other companies. They must be slowly learned and only by adapting well can it be possible to make a qualified financial plan and complete the payment procedure for the next payment. Zhang Yunqing clearly remembers that because of Yu Dongjin's work negligence, she made a mistake in the capital plan for the payment terms of her next contract. Bai Jianwu found out and gave her a lesson. If Zhao Manfu hadn't rescued her in time, maybe she would have been there long ago. Just leave Western architecture. Through Li Xishuan and Yu Dongjin joining the business team of the Nanshan Project Department, the business work of the Nanshan Project Department is finally being straightened out. Suddenly, there was a rush to improve the landscape of the Cheongshan Bowen Phase 1 project, so management work had to be intervened immediately. Although the project there had a Jean Haran who was more familiar with the budget work, even this one looked very unstable. Just a few days after I went there, Lei Bing, the production manager from another area, came to the door and wanted to transfer Let's Go to the only budget clerk, Jean Haran. If you want to do a good job in Bowen in the future, especially after the second phase of the project is released, Jean Haran will no longer be in the Bowen project department, so you have to recruit a budgeter who can be directly used to calculate quantities and assemble prices. Zhang Yunqing gets a headache when he thinks of this. Sir, private room 666 is available. Do you need it? The waiter brought Zhang Yunqing, who was deep in thought, back to reality. He was stunned for a moment and asked, "What did you just say?" "I just said that the guests in private room 666 have left. Now this private room is available. Does Sir still need to use this private room?" I need it. Please open it for me immediately." "Thank you." "You're welcome. You go to the private room first. I will move these supplies related to you to the private room for you." Can. When Zhang Yunqing moved to private room 666 and sat down, his cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and looked at it. It was Zhou Wenqing calling. After getting through, he asked, "Mr. Zhou, what's the matter? Did your business go smoothly?" "It's not going well. I'm still waiting for someone here at Nanshan Cafe. I don't know when they can come to meet me." "I'm nearby, I came to talk to you." "Okay, private room 666, waiting for you." Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Zhou Wenqing and was about to think about the incident at Western Construction Company, Limited, but Zhou Wenqing had already opened the door and entered private room 666. Zhang Yunqing stood up. "What kind of coffee would you like?" "Anything will do." Zhang Yunqing stood at the door and said to the waiter, "Please give me another cup of vanilla coffee." "Okay, sir, please wait." After the two of them sat down, Zhang Yunqing asked, "Mr. Zhou, did you find Xiao Lu from the gardening office okay?" "It's not going well, I can't get an appointment, and I won't come out to meet anyone no matter what." "How many more days should we make an appointment? How many more appointments should we try? Also, Mr. Zhang, I was thinking, what if this Xiao Lu from the garden office, no matter how hard I try, just can't make an appointment, or if I make an appointment, they just won't accept our gift? I have no experience in this area. You have been a project manager for many years and have rich experience. How do you usually deal with it?" Zhou Wenqing said tentatively, "I also encountered this kind of situation before when I was working in a decoration company. In this case, there are two outcomes." "Oh, what are the two outcomes?" "First, if I don't accept your gift, I will definitely not do anything for you and will continue to find fault with you. This is the most annoying thing." "What about the other one?" "The other is that although I won't accept your gift, I actually don't want to offend you too much. It will show that I won't ruin your business." "Oh, then this kind is more comfortable." "Yes, this is more comfortable. If this happens, do you think we should give back the 50,000 yuan from Xiao Lu from the garden office, or what should we do?" "I'm not sure about this. If you have any good opinions, please tell me." "My opinion is there is no need to go back." "Why?" "First of all, this is the money required by each of the three companies. If it is returned, it will be refunded in proportion. Once the money is refunded, these companies will have a bad psychological state, thinking that something has gone wrong, and will be more worried. In fact, it will not be any good for the company or our specific managers. There is another situation. If we take the initiative to refund the money, it is very likely that Zhao Manfu will find a reason to collect it to him. After a long time, he will say that he has delivered it himself, or used it for other purposes. In fact, it may be him. The money that was going to be returned was stolen. This situation is also quite disturbing. We will not get any benefits soon, and we will be treated as fools by Zhao Manfu. I believe that Zhao Manfu will not treat us as fools as you said. Mr. Zhang, there is no meaning or value in people living in this world, whether they believe in someone or not. Everything depends on how things are done. Sometimes what we see and hear may not be the truth. What we see and hear may be what the other party wants us to understand, and it may be very different from the so-called truth. Mr. Zhou, what you're talking about is too complicated. I can't understand it. Forget it if you don't understand it clearly. Just treat it as if I didn't say it. I only have a little understanding of it. It may not be correct. Hee. Mr. Zhang, please put it simply. If I can't give away the gift from Xiao Lu at the garden office, I actually don't want to return it, especially if it's just going to Zhao Manfu. In that case, it's probably like a meat bun beating a dog, there is no return. Then what do you think is better? I think if we can't deliver it, we won't be able to deliver it. If the price given to us is unreasonable, we will make trouble when it needs to, and even stop work when it needs to. At this time of rush for work, everyone is actually afraid that we will not be able to complete the rush work on time. I had the opportunity to make our valuation work meet the company's requirements without Xiao Lu from the gardening office not accepting the gift. If the valuation work meets the company's requirements, we can actually be fully accountable to the company and the other two companies. Yes. So, what I mean is that if Xiao Lu from the gardening office doesn't accept my gift after I go to him many times, it means that I have worked hard to get it done. I don't say it myself, but no one knows about it. When the two of us deal with each other in the future, I think we will just divide this gift. How are you going to divide it? How about a split? Zhang Yunqing did not answer. How about 4 or 6? Zhang Yunqing did not answer. How about 37? Zhou Wencheng was also a little angry. I have already given in so much. What do you think about me? Do you think you, who have only been here a few days, want to monopolize this benefit? So he explained, the 50,000 yuan from Xiao Lu in the garden department, if you can't send it out, we will open it at 30 to 70, which means 30% for me and 70% for you. In other words, I will share 15,000 and you will share 35,000. How about that? I mainly want to make friends with you, so that we can cooperate well in the future and make more money together. Otherwise, what are you doing when you go out to work so hard? If you think you have too few points, you can just say so. Zhang Yunqing replied, Mr. Zhou, I don't want to get involved in this matter, and I don't want to take the initiative to deceive Mr. Zhao Manfu and Mr. Zhao. There are some things you don't know. Zhao Manfu, Mr. Zhao has helped me a lot in the past. Even if there are some problems, I still need to return his favor. You also said just now that if Xiao Lu's gift from the garden office cannot be delivered, no one will know about it unless you tell it yourself. Even if you want to confront him, it's useless. How can you send a gift out in this world, and then send another person to ask if so-and-so gave you the gift, have you received it? Even if any fool really sends someone to ask, under normal circumstances, whether it is the person who received the gift or the person who did not receive the gift, there is only one answer, right, Mr. Zhou? Yes, you can only answer that you have never received a gift, otherwise you may cause yourself a lot of trouble. Okay, we have the same understanding. Then let me make my attitude clear. I didn't dare to answer you directly about the 50 to 50, for 60, 370 you asked me just now. The lack of an answer is not first of all because I didn't understand what you meant, and secondly it's not because I think I'm short of points. But I am thinking, if this is the case, it is equivalent to me joining forces with you to deceive Zhao Manfu and Mr. Zhao. At present, I can't do this kind of thing. But regarding the issue of how to deal with the gift that cannot be delivered, I will express my attitude, as long as the corresponding person does not keep causing trouble for us. Even if you don't give away a penny, as long as he has trouble, if there is an internal meeting, you will definitely have to arrange for you to continue to contact him to help remove the obstacles. My words are like this. Do you think I have expressed myself clearly? If you still have questions, we can continue to communicate clearly until we understand each other. I understand the main point. Let me put it into what I understand. Your attitude is that you will not ask whether the gift money I sent has been sent out. Nor will you participate in the distribution of the gift money I received if it cannot be given away. You will let me make my own decision to handle the gift money that cannot be given away. You do not have any different opinions. Exact expression, that's what it means, Mr. Zhou. And I won't tell Mr. Zhao whether you gave the gift or not, because I don't know that this is completely normal and there is nothing wrong with it. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I understand. Mr. Zhang, I'm curious. Can you give gifts to Xiao Zhao from the Agency Affairs Bureau and Xiao Zhang from the Commission for Discipline Inspection that you are looking for now? It's not clear right now. Xiao Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau, I called him 3 times but didn't get through, and he didn't reply to me even after I sent a text message. When I contacted Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission in the afternoon, he said that he was busy today and had no time to meet. I also wanted to make an appointment for a specific time tomorrow. His time is passively accepted by the leadership, and he cannot set his own time at all. During this period, I often work overtime, which makes it even more difficult to determine the time. Zhou Wenqing said with a smile, I have an intuition that the 2 people you met this time either don't dare to meet you, or they can't bear you to pester them every day. It's not easy to meet them once. I dare to accept your gift money. Well, I'm also afraid of this happening. How about we make some adjustments during our internal meeting and arrange for you to deliver all the money? After all, you have more experience than I do. Never do that, even if you do that, it will only be more unsuccessful. Generally speaking, if you want to do this kind of thing, it is best if there is only one person from the beginning to the end. Otherwise, the person receiving the gift will be more scared, because he must know that many people already know about this kind of thing. If it's not safe, I won't dare to accept it. If you come into contact with more and more people, you may be punished even more miserably. Mr. Zhou, what if I can't give away the 250,000 yuan? The best way is not to say anything. Don't say that you sent it out, and don't say that you didn't send it out. Why? Because if you do this, the money will always be in your hands. If one day you have a more harmonious relationship with Xiao Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau and Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission, you can still give it away if you want. I don't want to lie to you, nor do I want to lie to Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhang, don't be so stubborn. If you tell him about the situation of not being able to send out the 2 gifts, judging from my observation of Zhao Manfu, there is a 95% chance that you will put the money with him. Why should I put him there? Can't I return the money and put it with the financial teller Tang Ying for later use? Mr. Zhang, you are thinking too much. If the money cannot be sent out, once you say so, it is not up to you or me to decide where to put it. In this Nanhai area, Mr. Zhao Manfu and Mr. Zhao are the biggest leaders. His words are the authority. It is impossible for anyone in the company to know such a small amount. Even if they know, they will not take care of it. The power is still delegated to Mr. Zhao Manfu and Mr. Zhao. I believe that. The best way is to keep it in your own hands. Even if you can't send it out, no one will know if you don't tell it. I won't come to you to split the money. You can open a bank card and save it separately, which is safer than anything else. I don't dare to save it myself, and I don't dare to hide it from Mr. Zhao. I am also willing to hide it from Mr. Zhao. Forget it, I have already said what I should say about you. If you tell Mr. Zhao what I said, Mr. Zhao may still hate me. Just think that I just had a chat with you today and didn't say anything. You take charge of it yourself. You can do whatever you like with these things. Zhang Yunqing smiled awkwardly and said, sorry, I made you laugh. It's okay. Everyone has different situations, different concepts, and different thoughts. Naturally, they judge and handle things differently. Yes, Mr. Zhou is right. Who are you waiting for here? It's already 10 o'clock in the evening and no one is here yet. Hey, I'm waiting here for Mr. Lee from the Audit Bureau. Mr. Zhao wants me to come and get some information first. We won't be in trouble if we can't accept the data they compile by then. Isn't there an agreed time to meet? No, the other party just said, see you in the same place, and hung up the phone on me. I didn't have the chance to ask more clearly. Mr. Zhao and I were both afraid of missing the best time to meet Mr. Lee, so we chose to come. Wait here. After I was hung up on, I was still thinking, where is the old place? In fact, the first time I met Mr. Lee from the Audit Bureau was in private room 666 of Nanshan Cafe. So I just came here and waited. I've been waiting for nearly 4 hours. Zhou Wenqing said with a smile, Mr. Zhang, you said you don't know how to have a relationship. You've been waiting for 4 hours now and you still have no intention of running. You have good endurance. Zhang Yunqing smiled bitterly and said, there is no way. It is really hard to find out some information in advance. It is not convenient to talk to the other party on the phone. The only choice is to wait here. It's already 10:30 in the evening, and no one has come yet. I think the other party is likely to let you go. It's okay. This engineer Lee is also a very trustworthy person. I told him on the phone that we would see you there. Then thank you for continuing to wait for me. I'll go back and rest first. Mr. Zhou, walk slowly. After Zhou Wenqing left, the waiter came and asked, Sir, how long do you have to prepare this private room for use? When will you close? Sir, we close at 12 o'clock in the evening. But the cashier has something to do today and wants to leave early, so can I discuss it with you? What are we discussing? If you need anything from me, please tell me directly. We are just discussing whether we can ask you to pay the bill first, and then the cashier can leave first. Yes, but I don't know when the person I'm waiting for will come and when I can leave your place. How can I buy this order? Sir, we close at 12 p.m. at the latest. If you leave now or leave at 12 p.m. when the closing time is reached, you are within the same time period. The consumption amount if you pay now is the same as if you pay at 12 p.m. Okay, I understand, but now that my friend is here, what about the extra cost of tea? Sir, 4 cups of tea or 4 cups of coffee are free in a private room. After your friends come, we will have 2 more cups of tea or coffee for you free of charge. How many more guests are coming to you? In principle, only 1 guest comes. Then there's no problem. Okay, then I'll pay the bill now. Please help me check how much it costs. And give me the invoice. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The waiter went to the front desk to find the cashier to finish the calculation, and took the invoice to private room 666. He gently held the long side of the invoice with both hands and handed it to Zhang Yunqing and said, Sir, the total is 408 yuan. This is the invoice. Zhang Yunqing took the invoice and counted the amount of the invoice, which was 408 yuan. Then he put the invoice into his wallet, took out 4 RMB notes worth 100 yuan each and handed them to the waiter. The waiter checked the banknotes and said, Sir, I received 410 yuan from you, and I want to give you 2 yuan. The waiter took out the 2 yuan he had prepared and handed it to Zhang Yunqing. Zhang Yunqing spent some more time in boredom, and while he was in a daze, someone pushed the door in. It's Engineer Lee from the Audit Bureau. When Li Gong arrived, he sat down and asked, Mr. Zhang, it's almost 11 o'clock, are you still here? When Zhang Yunqing saw Li Gong coming, he suddenly felt better and soberer. He quickly and politely replied, Yes, as promised, we'll see you there or not. Leader, your credibility is very good. It's so late, but you still come. You wait a moment. I'll call you a cup of coffee. No need, I won't be able to sleep if I drink coffee so late. Then let's have a cup of black tea. Okay. Zhang Yunqing stood outside the private room and waved to the waiter, who asked, Sir, what do you want me to ask you? My guests are here. Please make a cup of black tea quickly. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. A few minutes later, the waiter brought the newly brewed black tea to private room 666. Zhang Yunqing asked, Gong Li, how far has our price recognition matter progressed now? Li Gong, we have completed our inspection of nurseries, and we have a reasonable price. I have sent the price data file to the other 6 people attending the meeting for review. But I haven't received a clear reply from them yet. So when can they give you feedback? According to plan, tomorrow is the last day. Gong Li, can we take a look at this form document? Mr. Zhang, don't embarrass me. The Audit Bureau is very strict about this, and the documents in the process are not allowed to be shown to the construction unit midway. Because we are afraid that the construction unit will influence us to make inappropriate judgments. Gong Li, if you don't show us the intermediate process, if the data you come out is very bad for us, can we still apply for adjustment or renegotiation? This is okay. There is indeed inappropriate data. We can negotiate and negotiate together again. If you show it to us secretly and no one says anything, doesn't it mean that no one knows? Mr. Zhang, I really can't show it to you first. Because the result file that comes out now is produced by me alone combined with the survey data, the other 6 people may change it to a higher or lower value. After one round of modification, a result file will be formed. I will hold a meeting to discuss this result document with all 6 other people to form a jointly recognized result document. This document will then be reported to Director Li of the Audit Bureau. If Director Li approves, he will notify you to come to the meeting and show you the results in person. If you agree, you will go through the signing and approval process. If you disagree, you will have to visit again. If Director Li does not agree, it will be even more troublesome, and all the previous visits may have to be done all over again. Is it so complicated? Yes, so it makes no sense to show you my own opinions now. Instead, it will bring me a risk of leaking secrets, which is totally worth the loss. Okay, Gong Li, I know and understand. I will report this situation clearly to my leader. There were a few unfamiliar people you mentioned last time. Have you contacted them since? I have contacted them all. Xiao Lu from the gardening office has not yet agreed to meet, nor has he completely refused. I contacted Xiao Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau. I made 3 calls but no answer, and sent text messages but no reply. Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission said that he did not have time to meet today and wanted to make an appointment to meet tomorrow. The other party did not agree and asked to contact him in detail tomorrow. These 3 people are also very important. You should keep in touch with them more, and your attitude must be correct, so that others can feel that they are respected enough by you. Otherwise, it would be more difficult to handle if they put forward various different opinions in the process of replying to my opinions. Okay, Gong Li, I understand. I will talk to the leaders when I get back, and we will increase the frequency of contact between us and the 3 of them. No matter what, try to meet him. By the way, it's okay to have this mentality. Gong Li, are there any of these 3 workers that you are familiar with or understand? Li Gong looked at Zhang Yunqing's face and asked, what do you want to do by asking this? Zhang Yunqing smiled bitterly and said, I feel that it is too difficult to contact them, and they don't give us a chance at all. Tomorrow you will discuss the results. I'm afraid that if we don't contact them well, it will seriously affect the result of our appraisal. Li Gong smiled and said, I'm not familiar with them, and it's not convenient for me to tell them anything. As for you, just do one thing and make an appointment with them tomorrow morning. None of them are stupid. As long as you make an appointment with them sincerely, I believe they will understand your sincerity. As long as you do what you are supposed to do, no matter whether they agree to meet with you or not, I believe they will not make it too difficult for you to carry out the valuation work this time. Zhang Yunqing replied, Okay, Li Gong. I understand, thank you for your advice. Then I'll come to your office tomorrow to hurry you up. Li Gong smiled and said, the door of the office is open to you at any time. If you want to come, I can't stop you. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, Okay, Li Gong. Did you drive here, or how did you get here? Li Gong, I drove here and parked in the parking space on the roadside at the door. Zhang Yunqing, okay, Gong Li, I have no other questions. For the sake of completeness, you should go first. I'll wait for you to leave, and then I'll leave by myself. Li Gong replied, okay, I'll leave first. After Li Gong finished speaking, he stood up and left private room 666. After the waiter saw that Mr. Li had left, he came to private room 666 and asked Zhang Yunqing, Sir, how long will you stay? There are only a few minutes left, and it will be 12 o'clock in the evening when our store closes. The waiter came more frequently to ask questions, and Zhang Yunqing felt a little uncomfortable, so he replied, I know, I will tidy up a little, put everything away and leave. It will probably take a few minutes. The waiter yawned exhaustedly and said, okay. Gentlemen. I see. Zhang Yunqing checked the personal belongings he had brought. After packing them up, he looked at the time on his phone and saw that it was already 11:59 p.m. He walked out of private room 666. The waiter immediately went in to clean up. Zhang Yunqing came to the parking space on the roadside, got in the car, closed the door, started the car and drove back to the Nanshan project department. At 9 o'clock the next morning, the office of the Ministry of Commerce of the Nanshan project department. Zhang Yunqing called Yu Dongjin and Li Xishuan to his desk for a short meeting. Zhang Yunqing said, You two, please report on your work during this period and let me know the progress. Whoever speaks first. Yu Dongjin replied, Xiao Li, you should speak first. Li Xishuan replied, My matter is not something big to talk about. Basically, Sister Yu arranges some work and I do some work. The main thing is to prepare some budget documents that match the visa form as attachments to the visa form. Zhang Yunqing, oh. After saying something, he looked at Yu Dongjin and said, Then tell me about the situation. Yu Dongjin replied, It will be the end of the month soon. First, we need to prepare a corresponding progress report. The second is to wait a few days to prepare the company's internal capital plan. These two things consume more time and people. I'm wondering if the visa paperwork that I've been dealing with these days can be slowed down a bit. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, Yu Gong, these two things you just said are very important. The progress report above relates to how much money we can get back this time. The capital plan for the match involves how much money you have to pay for the match. The visa application process is also very important, and it will have a huge impact on whether we can achieve the ideal gross profit rate. We cannot voluntarily stop the visa work we are facing, but we can prioritize this work a little lower. Prioritize progress reporting and preparation of internal funding plans at the top of the list. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I understand. Have you asked the engineering staff for the engineering quantity data in the progress report? Not yet. Today, we need to find the project quantity data information that production manager Su Kuan wants to compare, including the construction area that has been completed during this progress and the corresponding project quantity. It should be noted that the project quantities given by the production may not match your list, and you must calculate quickly where there is still need to calculate. We should also remind the production personnel to communicate with the supervisor and party A in advance about which areas we want to report the completed output value, so as to win their understanding and support for us. Also, after Li Xishuan clarified the main contents of our declaration of progress and output value this time, she immediately made an appointment with Ding from the cost consulting unit and took the initiative to tell her our ideas. If the other party had any opinions, she would bring them back and the project department would discuss the response internally. Solution. Li Xishuan replied, Okay, Mr. Zhang, I've written it down. Yu Gong, I've finished talking about the previous one. What are you going to do with the preparation of the capital plan below? I am planning to ask them to report the amount of work they have completed this month at the end of the month. If it is arranged this way, will our project department's response be in time? Not sure. Under normal circumstances, between the 1st and 5th of each month, the company will ask the project department to submit its capital plan to the company for review. It usually starts every day on the 1st. Moreover, the capital plan amount we reported was, for example, 10 million, but the company approved 5 million for you. If we do this, we are a work-rushing project department. The supplier cannot get the corresponding progress payment, so it will act slowly in rushing for work, and the rush for work will not be effective. The next time we get the progress payment, the corresponding output value will be completed. Phew. This will be a very bad vicious cycle and will have a great negative impact on the smooth development of the project department. I think we don't need to be so honest now. A solution should be proposed for this situation. Yu Dongjin replied, what can be done about this? Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, how come there is nothing we can do? For example, a certain supplier's output value this month is 1 million. When we prepare the capital plan, we enlarge the 1 million slightly, for example, fill it in as 1.2 million. In this way, the reported capital plan amount will be reduced by the company. Our project department will not fall into a completely passive state with no money to use. Yu Dongjin replied, this method is possible, but I can't decide how big it should be. You have to give me some guidance. Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, I don't have such great rights. This is just an idea I put forward based on the current situation encountered by the project department. Yu Dongjin replied, what if after the capital plan is approved, the approved payment amount of a certain supplier is greater than his payable amount? Zhang Yunqing replied, we usually don't need to tell the suppliers about the declaration data in the capital plan and the data reviewed by the company. Under the current review situation where the company has cut our capital plan limit in large amounts, the situation you mentioned is not likely to occur. Even if it is a last resort, the situation you mentioned does occur. We only need to tell the supplier the amount of the invoice. This amount is a reasonable amount that we understand and is slightly smaller than the amount approved by the capital plan. The company will not cause trouble to us under normal circumstances. Okay, I get it. There was one thing that I didn't explain clearly just now. That's why I want you to notify suppliers to report this month's production value today. If we report it this month, they will easily fail to report it accurately. Yes, they are asked to report the output value that is expected to be completed by the end of the month. In this case, each of their units will naturally seize the opportunity to falsely report some output value. We use this output value to prepare the capital plan reported to the company. Then, between the 1st and 5th of the next month, their actual completed output value for this month will be reviewed, and the actual payment to them will be based on the reviewed output value combined with the contract agreement. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I understand both of these things. I will contact Su Kuan, who is responsible for the production, soon, and notify all suppliers in the QQ group to report their production values for this month. Okay. There's just one thing you need to pay attention to. You have to coordinate the data on material procurement and the fund plan for seedling procurement. You need to notify Wang Ming of material procurement and Yu Xingjie of seedling procurement respectively, and let them form their own correspondence. Funding plan data. It is important to note that their payable ratio in the capital plan is never allowed to exceed the supplier's contractual agreement. Yu Dongjin agreed, okay, I will remember it. After Zhang Yunqing communicated with Yu Dongjin and Li Shixuan about their work arrangements, they came to Zhao Manfu's office. Zhao Manfu asked with a smile, Yunqing. How was the result last night? Yesterday I made an appointment with Xiao Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau, but it didn't go well. I called him 3 times but didn't get through, and he didn't reply to me even after I sent a text message. Well, where is Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission? Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission got through on the phone and wanted to make an appointment to meet yesterday, but he was rejected. I wanted to make an appointment for today's meeting, but the other party said that he couldn't determine the time and was working overtime during this period, so he asked me to call again today. Oh, are all the little people in this place so difficult to deal with? Maybe they are more careful in doing things. After all, we are really not familiar with them. Yeah, too. Have you met Li Gong? Seen. Did you get the data sheet? No. Oh, what's the reason? The other party explained that he was only providing a version of the preliminary reference opinions he had provided. He had already sent this version of the outcome document to the remaining 6 people in the appraisal team. In principle, the information would be fed back to him today. The reason why we can't show it is that their audit bureau has this disciplinary requirement, and the intermediate version is absolutely not allowed to be shown to the construction unit. Another reason is that the information fed back by the remaining 6 people may be to raise the price or lower the price. After the opinions of the 7 of them were gathered together and discussed in a meeting to reach an agreement, they still needed to print it out and send it to their directorly, for review and approval. Then they arranged a time to notify the construction unit to check in person. Oh, such a process sounds reasonable. But what if the price they negotiated is wrong? If something doesn't go right, we have a chance to put forward our opinions when they take the initiative to invite us to negotiate. If there is a small amount of disagreement, we can appropriately arrange a visit with our construction unit to determine the price. Okay, then it still gives us a chance. Yes. Li Gong also reminded us of something. What's the matter? Let's contact Xiao Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau, Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission, and Xiao Lu from the Gardening Department today. Oh, about the connection between these 3 people, 2 of them are with you and 1 is with Zhou Wencheng. Have you told him? When I left the Nanshan Cafe last night, it was already 12 o'clock in the evening when the store was closing. It was too late and I didn't have time to tell Zhou Wencheng. Then remember to tell him later. Okay. Mr. Zhao. I want to go to the office later to urge Mr. Li from the Audit Bureau to hurry up on our price appraisal. Do you want to go and see Director Li from the Audit Bureau together? You just go to Gong Li and ask him to help us urge him. If I go to Director Li too hard, it will easily arouse people's resentment, and it may have a backlash, you know. Okay, then I'll drive myself to find Mr. Li. Don't forget to tell Zhou Wencheng the information. I know, I'm going to Zhou Wencheng's office now. Zhang Yunqing came to Zhou Wencheng's office and briefly explained the meeting with Li Gong introduced to Zhao Manfu. Then he emphasized, Gong Li from the Audit Bureau suggested that we increase the frequency of contact with Xiao Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau, Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission, and Xiao Lu from the Gardening Department this morning, so that the other party can understand that we are sincerely sincere. I want to contact them. Zhou Wencheng agreed, okay, I'll contact Xiao Lu from the Garden Office. It's up to you to contact Xiao Zhao from the Office Affairs Bureau and Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Bureau. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. When there are new developments in our contact, we will exchange news. Now I still need to go to Mr. Li's office to ask him to urge us to complete the price recognition work. Zhou Wencheng responded, okay, you go. Zhang Yunqing left Zhou Wencheng's office and went downstairs to the car. After igniting the car, he wanted to take advantage of the warm-up time to make a call to Xiao Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau and Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission. Zhang Yunqing found Xiao Zhao's phone number in the phone address book and dialed it. This time the call was answered. Hello, leader, I am Xiao Zhang from Western Construction Company, Limited, the professional gardening subcontractor of the Nanshan project. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I want to meet you as soon as possible. There are some things that I need to report to you in person. You come to see me in the office of Mr. Li of the Audit Bureau. I need to go to his place for a meeting. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Zhang Yunqing hung up the phone and said, what can be done if we meet in Mr. Li's office? Forget it, let's meet first and then talk about it. After Zhang Yunqing thought about it, he decided to go to Li Gong's office of the Audit Bureau first and meet Xiao Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau. When I'm free, I'll find time to call Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission. Zhang Yunqing put down his mobile phone, put down the handbrake of the car, adjusted it to D position, stepped on the accelerator, and drove nervously towards the Nanshan Audit Bureau. About half an hour later, I arrived at the office of Mr. Li of the Audit Bureau. Only Mr. Li was in the office. Zhang Yunqing asked, "Gong Li, I called Xiao Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau, and he asked me to come to your office to find him." Li Gong replied, "I haven't seen him yet. He will come over for a meeting." "Is it the price recognition meeting you organized for our Nanshan project?" "Yes, it won't open until half an hour later." "Okay, thank you, Mr. Li. I'll call Xiao Zhao again." Zhang Yunqing picked up the phone, looked up the phone number of Xiao Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau in the phone address book, called him and said, "Hello, leader, I've already arrived at Worker Li's office. Didn't I see you? I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. I'll wait for you in the parking lot downstairs from Mr. Li. I have something I need to report to you." "Good. Where's your license plate number? Isn't your car downstairs?" "Exist. Just put your car on double flash and wait for me." "Okay." Zhang Yunqing greeted Engineer Li of the Audit Bureau and went downstairs. After arriving at the car, quickly turn on the car's double flash. After waiting for a few minutes, a new car parked in the right parking space where Zhang Yunqing parked. A handsome young man got out of the driver's seat and came to Zhang Yunqing's car. Zhang Yunqing pressed down the window and asked, "Hello, leader, I'm Xiao Zhang. Why don't you get in the car and sit for a few minutes?" The handsome young man got into Zhang Yunqing's car, sat in the passenger seat and said, "I am Xiao Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau. I am the lowest level employee in the Bureau. For the sake of convenience, you should call me Xiao Zhao. Indeed, as soon as you call me leader, I feel uncomfortable all over." "Okay, leader." "Oh huh. Corrected immediately." "Really, Mr. Zhang, it's easier to call me Xiao Zhao." "Okay, then I won't be polite anymore. Let's call you Xiao Zhao." "Xiao Zhao, are you here at the Audit Bureau to hold a price recognition and coordination meeting for the professional subcontracting of landscaping in our Nanshan project?" "Yes, there are 3 bids, with a total subscription amount of 75 million yuan. Xiao Zhao, in fact, your Agency Affairs Bureau is the real owner of our construction unit, right?" "Right. Then why do you want to hire a Jingchuan group to help you manage it?" "The reason," the leader said, "is that our own people don't understand how to manage this project at all. In addition, our manpower is small and we have many things on our hands, so we are simply too busy." After reporting to the Superior Department for instructions, it was agreed that we should find a construction and management agency, and then we invited Jingchuan Group to manage it for us. "Oh, got it. Xiao Zhao, although you are our real owner, because we have no real business dealings, we didn't even have your contact information before. It took a lot of effort for my client to get your contact information yesterday, so I contacted you yesterday." "Oh. I didn't have my work phone with me yesterday. I guessed at the time that man and machine were separated, but I didn't expect that this was really the case. Xiao Zhao, our project is a work rush project, and the construction period is very tight. Do you know that?" "I know a little bit. When we went to the nursery to inquire about the price, Gong Li from the Audit Bureau, Huang Yuandong, the chief supervisor, and Gong Ding from the cost consulting unit Modu Itzai all introduced it to those of us who didn't know much about the project. Let's talk about the current status and difficulties of the project." "That's good. I hope you can put in a good word for us when we express your specific opinions on the valuation data. As for the price, I'm really not sure whether it's too high or too low. Although I can't say a good word for you, I can promise not to say anything as much as possible. Don't worry, you won't think the price is unreasonable because of me." Then thank you Xiao Zhao. I brought you a box of tea, I hope you won't see anyone outside. No, I'm fine. Xiao Zhao pushed the tea leaves handed over by Zhang Yunqing out. Zhang Yunqing implored, it's just a box of tea, and we have made you work hard for more than a week before and after our valuation work. You also give me a chance to express my gratitude to you. Xiao Zhao took the tea box reluctantly. Zhang Yunqing said, Xiao Zhao, this is the tea from my hometown. It tastes very good. You must not give it away, but taste it yourself. If you think this tea tastes good and suits your taste in the future, tell me and I will beat some more tea leaves for you. Xiao Zhao smiled and said, thank you, Mr. Zhang. I'll go up to the meeting first. Okay, walk slowly. After Xiao Zhao got off the car, he put the tea in the trunk of his car, closed the trunk, locked the door, and went upstairs to find Mr. Li from the audit bureau. Zhang Yunqing turned off the double flashing lights of his car first. I remembered that there was another person I had never met. Zhang Yunqing picked up the phone, looked up the phone number of Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission in the phone address book, dialed it and said, hello, leader, I am Xiao Zhang from Western Construction, the professional subcontractor for the garden landscape of the Nanshan project. Have you come to the audit bureau? We have already driven into the yard of the audit bureau. Can you please lead me to drive to the downstairs of the audit bureau and park? There is an empty parking space to the left of my car. I will occupy a parking space for you. This is the only parking space nearby. Okay, then Mr. Zhang, please help me occupy the parking space. After Zhang Yunqing turned on his car's double flashers, he got out of the car, closed the door, and stood in the middle of the parking space on the left. A car drove up after a while. The driver rolled down the window and asked, is this Mr. Zhang? My surname is Zhang, and my name is Zhang Yunqing. Are you the door to the Discipline Inspection Commission that I called just now? Yes, I am Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission. I came to the Audit Bureau to meet with Mr. Li. Zhang Yunqing quickly left the parking space, got into the driver's seat of his car, closed the door and said, Boss, please park the car first and then sit in my car for 2 minutes. After Xiao Zhang from the Disciplinary Inspection Commission parked the car, he rolled down the right window and said, if you have anything to do, it will be the same in my car. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. He took the tea box in his hand, closed his car door and sat in the passenger seat of Xiao Zhang's car from the Discipline Inspection Commission. Zhang Yunqing said, good leader, during this time, we have to go to the nursery for a few days to pay for the appraisal of the professional landscaping subcontract for our Nanshan project. I don't understand why it's so hard. I just need to prove that everyone actually went to the nursery to inquire about the price. I usually work too hard in the office, so I went out to relax for a few days. That's good. Do you know the difficult situation of our project at that time? Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission replied, I know that during the process of going to the nursery to inquire about the price, the cost engineer Ding, the supervisor Huang, and the audit bureau engineer Li all introduced you to the current rush for work on this project and the difficulties encountered in the process. Condition. People in the appraisal group understand you better. I also understand your urgent request for a price confirmation in a timely manner. Zhang Yunqing felt quite satisfied after hearing this, and confirmed that this was Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission, so he said, are you going to hold our price recognition coordination meeting soon? Yes, it will start in about 10 minutes. Okay, then please give me a few good words, please. As long as it doesn't violate the principles, it's okay. Jiamen, this is tea brought from my hometown. I have prepared a box for you. You can take it back and taste it yourself. No, I'm fine. You know, our department is special and cannot accept gifts. No matter how special it is, we can't allow any human interaction to happen. It's true, it's not that restrictive. It's just a box of tea, just put it away. Lest I have to wait until you leave the meeting. Okay, thank you for the tea. Okay, then I'll leave first. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. After Zhang Yunqing got off Xiao Zhang's car from the Discipline Inspection Commission, he quickly got into his own car, drove quickly out of the yard of the Audit Bureau, and drove back to the Nanshan Project Department. Zhang Yunqing came to the door of Project Manager Zhou Wenqing's office. The door was closed. He knocked on the door, but there was no answer from inside the office. I pulled the handle of the office door, but couldn't open the office. I made sure the door was locked. He took out his mobile phone, looked up Zhou Wenqing's phone number in the phone address book, dialed it, and after getting through, asked, "Mr. Zhou, have you contacted Xiao Lu from the gardening office over there?" Zhou Wenqing replied on the phone, "Not yet, the other party said there is a meeting today and it is not available. This morning they were going to hold our valuation coordination meeting. Before the meeting, I found Xiao Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau and Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission downstairs of the Audit Bureau." "Oh, have you dealt with these two difficult things?" "Yes, because the tea you prepared worked well, and the other party didn't say anything. I just don't know if there will be any side effects." "It's okay, how big the consequences can be, if we don't deal with them, the consequences will be huge." Ha 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 ha. "Then it seems that I have to go downstairs to the Audit Bureau and wait for Xiao Lu from the gardening office. If you succeed, then we will be more successful this time." Zhou Wenqing, "Okay, I'll drive there and wait there right away. Bye-bye." Bye-bye. Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Zhou Wenqing. Walked towards Zhao Manfu's office. Zhao Manfu warmly greeted Zhang Yunqing to sit down and asked, "I went to the Audit Bureau this morning. What was the situation like?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "This morning, Li Gong from the Audit Bureau did organize a price recognition coordination meeting for our Nanshan project. Have the results of the meeting come out yet?" "No. Why did you come back to the project department so quickly without waiting for the results? Are there any good things waiting for you? Besides troubles, what good things are there in the project department? If so, could Mr. Zhao please give me an example?" Zhao Manfu laughed and said, "I can't lift it. Because of this, I am curious why you took the initiative to go back to the project department before waiting for the results of such an important meeting. That's because if you don't run, something unpredictable and unacceptable may happen." "What happened? Isn't it difficult to contact Xiao Zhao from the Institutional Affairs Bureau and Xiao Zhang from the Disciplinary Inspection Commission? Weren't we able to contact them?" I had good luck today. I waited until Xiao Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau, and gave him the prepared tea in my car. He accepted it. Yes, take it. Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission, I still want to do the same thing. Succeeded too. No, the other party won't accept the attack. He is very vigilant. If you don't accept the move, you should wait until he finishes the meeting and then try again, at least with a correct attitude. Once you run away, everything that could have been done may be ruined. That's not how the plot develops, Mr. Zhao. How did that develop? I would like to ask Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission to get in my car and have a chat. Isn't he very vigilant? Right. He didn't say anything about not being able to get into my car. Then what did he do? He rolled down his car window and asked me to get in his car and chat. How dare you get in the Discipline Inspection Commission's car? Look what scares you. It's a private car, not one with police lights. There's nothing scary about it. Huh, I see you, if you see a car with police lights coming, you won't even be able to run away. Humph, I'm not that cowardly. I didn't do anything illegal. What you did is not illegal, isn't it? Oh, I just gave you some tea. Ha ha ha, there's no use in quibbling. Tell me, what happened next? Later, I got into the private car of Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission. After asking some questions, I confirmed that he was Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission with whom I had a phone call. Since they were about to have a meeting, they couldn't say much. I told him to bring him a box of tea produced in my hometown. He just accepted it. No, I refused for a long time. He said that there is a rule in the workplace that he cannot accept gifts. I told him, can't he accept this box of tea leaves? Don't you allow any human contact at all? He just accepted it. No, they won't accept it at all. I'm so anxious. Should I accept it or not? Why are you panicking? Finally, I told him that if it didn't work, I would wait downstairs for him to come down from the meeting. I would explain clearly to him and then I would leave after he could accept the box of tea. However, I don't know how long their meeting will take and how long I need to wait. I also said that there are quite a lot of urgent matters on the project waiting for me to deal with when I go back, but I don't know if it will affect the progress of the rush for work. After you expressed it like this, did the other party change his attitude towards tea? Yes, the other party accepted the box of tea leaves I sent out in a very helpless situation. That's not bad. It's considered a success. Yes. It's just that I deceive people and give away gifts. What if he opened the tea box on the spot and saw that in addition to a small amount of tea, the tea box also contained items that could be used to buy tea? Then, they refused to accept it and returned it to me. What should I do? After Zhao Manfu heard this, he stretched out his fat thumb and praised, "Good running, good running." Zhang Yunqing looked embarrassed and replied, "Mr. Zhao, just understand that I want to run." I went back to the office. Okay, remember to continue to follow up on your price recognition in the afternoon. After Zhang Yunqing returned to the office of the Ministry of Commerce, Yu Danjun came over and asked, "Mr. Zhang, we are going to the site to see the supplier's output value completion status this month and the corresponding output value completion status. Do you want to go and see it together?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "I won't go for the time being. If you need to talk to me about anything difficult to handle during the communication process, just give me a call and I can come over at any time." Yu Danjun agreed, "Okay. Then Xiaoli and I will go to the construction site first." "Okay." Zhang Yunqing's cell phone rang. He picked it up and looked at it. It was a call from seedling purchaser Yu Xingjie. After the call was answered, the other party's voice came, "Mr. Zhang, where have you gone? Looking for help at the Bowen project? Where are you and Mr. Zhao?" Mr. Zhao and I returned to the Nanshan project department because of some urgent matters that needed to be handled in the Nanshan project. "Do you have anything to do with us?" "Yes, the supply of sweet-scented osmanthus seedlings has almost been finished, and the contract hasn't been signed yet." "The contract with the seedling supplier has not been signed, so it is useless for you to contact me. Don't you have to draft it and then go through the approval process?" "Yes. But after I draft it, what should I do if you and Mr. Zhao sign it? Do we still need us to bring the document to the Nanshan project for you to sign?" "Just wait for me to think about it." "Yeah. You have to think about it. Both sides are rushing for work. Just this signing issue will cause people to suffer. How can there be time and effort to do business?" "You have a point. We have to solve this signing problem. Do you think this will work? After you sign the approval form and get it signed by the project department, scan it and send it to me. I'll print it out and sign it, then ask Mr. Zhao to sign it, and then I'll scan it for you, and you can take it to the business department to go through the rest of the process." "I've never done this before. They were all signed by hand in person. Aren't we in a situation where we can't afford to waste time? Anyway, all we send to the Kyoto headquarters are scanned copies, so I don't think there's any big problem. Do this first and see the effect." "Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll arrange it like this." In the afternoon, Yu Xingjie sent a scanned copy of the seedling procurement contract approval process sheet for the landscape improvement project of the Bowen project to Zhang Yunqing through QQ. After Zhang Yunqing printed it out and signed it, he came to Zhao Manfu's office. "Mr. Zhao, Yu Xingjie has completed the seedling procurement contract for the landscape improvement project of the Bowen project. This is the approval process sheet, which requires your signature. Have you read the contract price of the sweet-scented osmanthus tree that we've been talking about for so many days? Right? I've seen it, yes. Yes. Then come and listen. Good. The cost of all the osmanthus is 6,000 yuan per plant of spherical osmanthus with a breast diameter of 15 centimeters times the quantity of 300 plants plus 17,500 yuan per plant of 7-star-shaped osmanthus, multiplied by 6 plants plus 24,000 yuan per plant of 7-star-shaped osmanthus, times 6 based on one tree. The total cost of the sweet-scented osmanthus tree is 1,929,000 yuan. Well, your memory is not bad. Yes, these frequently used data are easy for me to remember. What's the total seedling purchase contract amount this time? 2.6775 million yuan. Okay, your memory is really good and you can match them all. I've already signed it. Zhang Yunqing took the approval process form handed over by Zhao Manfu and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao. I will scan it and pass it to Yuxingjie now." After Zhang Yunqing left Zhao Manfu's office, he put the approval process sheet for the seedling purchase contract on the scanner, clicked high-definition scan on the computer, and sent the file to Yuxingjie. Zhang Yunqing called Yuxingjie, "Gong Yu, Mr. Zhao and I have signed the approval process sheet for the seedling purchase contract and uploaded it to your QQ. Please continue to follow the approval process." Yuxingjie on the other end of the phone happily agreed, "Okay." Half an hour later, Yuxingjie called. Zhang Yunqing picked up the phone and asked, "Yu Gong, what's going on?" A rather frustrated voice came from Yuxingjie's voice on the phone. "I sent the approval process sheet for the seedling purchase contract that you sent me to Lin Yiping in the business department. She said that was undesirable and she couldn't see it clearly at all." "I can't see clearly, how can I not see clearly? I also specially used high-definition scanning. I don't understand this computer matter. Could you please communicate with Lin Yiping directly to understand the situation and see how to solve it?" "Okay, don't worry. I'll contact Lin Yiping right away." After Zhang Yunqing hung up on Yuxingjie, he found Lin Yiping's phone number in the address book of his mobile phone and dialed it. After the call was connected, he asked, "Gong Lin, Yuxingjie just told me that you are here too. Are there any problems after printing the approval process sheet for the seedling purchase contract?" Lin Yiping replied on the other end of the phone, "Yes, there is indeed a problem." "What's the problem? Can you explain it in more detail? I want to see if there is any way to solve this." After I printed out the scanned copy sent by Yuxingjie, 60 to 70% of the entire A4 paper was unclear. "What do you mean you can't see clearly?" "It's just that the clarity is not high, there are blurry areas, and there are completely black areas, so it can't be used at all." "It's so serious. Could it be that there's something wrong with your printer?" "I can't see anything wrong with the scanned copy on my computer, and I also used high-definition scanning to deal with it specifically." "Gong Zhang, I once wondered if there was something wrong with my computer or printer. I also specially sent this document to Li Wenwen, the person in charge of human resources. Can't it be printed out from her computer?" "Lin Gong." "Yes, using Li Wenwen's computer and her printer, the printouts were all black or blurry in large areas. It was simply impossible to take documents with such poor clarity to the leaders behind to sign. Needless to say, he will definitely be scolded." "Is there any problem with printing the scanned copy that Yuxingjie sent to you before?" "The previous scans did not have this problem, but this time there is a problem. The scanned copy this time was scanned and sent to me after Yuxingjie signed at the Bowen Phase 1 project department. I printed it out again. After Mr. Zhao and I signed it, he scanned it and sent it to Yuxingjie, and then Yuxingjie I'll send it to you again. There is one difference here from the past. In the past, I printed documents that were only scanned once, but what you sent back this time were scanned a second time." "Yes. Maybe the problem lies in this link." Zhang Yunqing said, "Lin Gong, let me study further to find out what the problem is. I will call you later." After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Lin Yiping, I printed out the scanned copy sent by Yuxingjie and the scanned copy sent back to Yuxingjie after I signed it. When I took it in front of me and compared it, I was shocked. The former is clearly visible, while the latter is just like what Lin Yiping described. Most of the entire page is black and unclear. Only a small amount of text is clearly visible, and a large amount is blurry. There is really no way. Normal use. Zhang Yunqing put the original document signed by himself and Zhao Manfu on the scanner, adjusted various scanning parameters to the best state, re-scanned it, and then typed it out. The result was still not ideal. Unwilling to be reconciled, Zhang Yunqing reprinted the scanned copy sent by Yuxingjie, signed it himself, and then asked Zhao Manfu to sign it again. Yunqing, this seedling purchase contract wasn't signed just a short time ago, so why do you have to sign it again? Zhang Yunqing told Zhao Manfu the reason for re-signing in this way. Finally, he said, I think this is a strange thing and illogical. So I want to sign it again and try again. Okay, let's try again. Zhang Yunqing returned to the office of the Ministry of Commerce with the seedling purchase contract approval process sheet signed by Zhao Manfu, scanned it again in the clearest mode, and printed out the new scanned copy with great anticipation. When he saw the result, his heart instantly felt cold. Wow, cool. Why? Because it's still the same, black, blurry, and cannot be seen clearly at all, and there is no way to use it normally. Zhang Yunqing came to Zhao Manfu's office with a reprinted seedling purchase contract approval process sheet, and said in frustration, Mr. Zhao, this thing is a bit evil. It's just like this. If it doesn't work, it can't be used at all. What should we do? It is impossible for us to go to the Bowen project now, and it is impossible for people from the Bowen project to come to us. You can call Lin Yiping again and ask them if they have any temporary solution. Okay, Zhang Yunqing replied to Zhao Manfu. He took out his mobile phone and looked up Lin Yiping's phone number in the phone address book and dialed, Hello, Lin Gong, I'm Zhang Yunqing. Hello, Mr. Zhang, how are you? Have you found the reason? The reason has been found, it is that the effect of scanning and printing will be much worse. But now I don't think of any way to solve this problem. Aren't you and Yuxingjie in the same project department now? Yes, he is in the Bowen Phase 1 project department, and Mr. Zhao and I are in the Nanshan project department. There is no way to meet and sign directly. Then what should I do? Can you wait until you get together to sign this contract? You must not wait. Now this contract is an emergency contract. In fact, the seedling supplier Chao Shingen has almost finished supplying the millions of seedlings. We have not paid our suppliers now, and it is really unjustifiable if we cannot even sign the contract in time. The seedlings have been supplied first. If the contract has not been signed yet, Mr. Zhang, the problem is a bit serious. Do you know that? What's the serious problem? The company's regulations require bidding first, then setting the bid, and then signing the contract before supply can begin. What you are doing now is against the rules, do you understand? What kind of violation is that the company responded slowly and could not handle this emergency situation in a timely manner using normal procedures? Besides, we made a report to the company beforehand, specifically reporting on the specific handling methods of the landscape improvement project of the Bowen Phase 1 project. Moreover, the seedling purchase contract this time was reported to Mr. Hua, Mr. Song, and Mr. Bai Jiangwen by phone in advance, and they were all agreed over the phone. In this case, are there any questions? Forestry worker. I'm sorry, I don't know what the situation is. If everything is handled like this, of course there will be no problem. Then how should we deal with the signing and approval of our contract now? Anyway, your current dark version will definitely not work. Then I'll forward the version signed by the project department to the project manager. Can you print it out and see if you can use it? Okay, pass it to me to try. Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Lin Yiping. Back in the office, I turned on my computer and sent the scanned copy from Yuxingjie to Lin Yiping on QQ. After waiting for a few minutes, Zhang Yunqing called Lin Yiping again and asked, Gong Lin, can you read this version clearly after printing it? This version can be read clearly, but there is one flaw, that is, it does not have the signatures of you and Mr. Zhao. Yes. Is there any solution? Could you please help the forest worker think of a solution? I'll ask the leader and call you back. Good. After Lin Yiping ended her phone call with Zhang Yunqing, she took the seedling purchase contract signed by project manager Song Xiaoshan to Hua Baibai's office and recounted the cause and effect. Asked for instructions, Mr. Hua, what should we do in a special situation like theirs? You want to say that the two people in their area did not sign, but in fact they did. This is another urgent project. Zhang Gong said that the signing of this contract cannot be delayed, and the signing of the contract must be completed in time for the supplier. I have never encountered this situation before, and as it stands now, I can agree to sign. In this way, I will sign my signature first, and you can take this document with you to consult with the leaders of the finance department to hear their opinions. Okay. Lin Yiping agreed and went to the finance office with the seedling purchase contract approval process sheet signed by Hua Bai. Lin Yiping first found Tang Yulan, the financial contact person, and explained and communicated for a while. Tang Yulan said that she had never encountered this problem before and could not solve it, and suggested that Lin Yiping go to her leader, Deputy Financial Manager Ma Jing. Lin Yiping came to the desk of Ma Jing, the Deputy Financial Manager. There was no one. After waiting for a while, she called Ma Jing and asked, Mr. Ma, I need to see you for something. When will you be back? Where is your workstation? I'm doing something here with the leader. I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, I'll wait for you, Manager Ma. Lin Yiping ended the phone call with Ma Jing, pulled up a chair and sat down next to Ma Jing's workstation, the Deputy Financial Manager. A few minutes later, Deputy Financial Manager Ma Jing returned to her workstation. Lin Yiping carefully explained to Ma Jing, Deputy Financial Manager, the problems encountered during the signing process of the seedling procurement contract approval process for the landscape improvement project of the Bowen Phase 1 project. Lin Yiping, Manager Ma, this is the situation. Have you encountered it before? How can we deal with it efficiently? Deputy Finance Manager Ma Jing replied, I have never encountered this situation, but I think it can be resolved through negotiation. After all, it is an internal matter within the company. This situation is actually a problem with the current technical processing, and a solution has not been found for a while. Lin Yiping replied, yes. You see, the Minister of Commerce of our Affairs Department, Minister Hua, has already signed. It's just that on the surface, Zhang Yunqing and Zhao Manfu from the area did not sign. But in fact, it was Zhang Yunqing who contacted me personally to explain. It's clear. Both of them agreed and signed. Well, let's do this. You and I will go and report to Deputy Financial Director Xue Xue to see if we can come up with a feasible solution that everyone agrees with. Okay, Manager Ma, please lead the way. Deputy Financial Manager Ma Jing brought Lin Yiping to Deputy Financial Director Xue Xue's workstation and introduced the situation to Xue Xue. Ma Jing said, my opinion is that she can sign the subsequent procedures in this way. Xue Xue, Deputy Director of Finance, said, if we just sign and leave like this, every leader after seeing it will probably ask why. Ma Jing smiled and said, yes, it is normal to ask, but it is abnormal not to ask. Xue Xue, Deputy Director of Finance, said, so we have to find a practical way. Ma Jing replied, there is one way, I don't know if it is feasible. Xue Xue, the Deputy Director of Finance, demanded, okay, it doesn't matter. Aren't we discussing it? Everyone will refer to it after saying it. Ma Jing offered an opinion. Can Lin Yiping call Zhang Yunqing and Zhao Manfu to confirm that they agree to sign over the phone? In this case, Lin Yiping can help them sign over the phone. Xue Xue, Deputy Director of Finance, demanded, "It is definitely better to sign on the phone than to sit there completely empty. But there are still some consequences. What if those people who were signed by phone do not admit that they authorized the signing on their behalf in the future?" Ma Jing replied, "Under normal circumstances, this kind of problem does not arise, because it actually helps the people who are signed on behalf of them." Shui, Deputy Director of Finance, replied, "It cannot be said under normal circumstances. Our financial work needs to be rigorous, and big problems often occur under unusual circumstances. Let's do this. You first call the two people who were signed on the phone. If they agree to sign on the phone, help them sign on the phone. If they don't agree, ignore the matter and wait until they come up with documents that meet the company's requirements. I'll tell you how to do it later. As for any adverse effects, of course those who do not agree to sign on the phone must bear them themselves. When they agree to sign on the phone, they are required to come to the finance department to get the original document when they return to Kyoto for a meeting, and add their own true signatures to all the places on the original document where they signed. Otherwise, their settlement money will not be paid to them." Lin Yiping smiled and replied, "Thank you, Mr. Shui, for your guidance. I will inform them when I get back to the business department office." Shui, Deputy Director of Finance, replied, "You're welcome." Lin Yiping happily left Shui's desk, Deputy Director of Finance. After returning to the 5th Business Department, I went to Hua Baibai's office to report, "Mr. Hua, I went to the Finance Department to find the financial contact person Tang Yulan, the Deputy Financial Manager Ma Jing, and the Deputy Financial Director Shui to resolve this signature issue. We discussed a solution." "Oh, tell me, how do they want to solve it?" After discussions between Deputy Financial Manager Ma Jing and Deputy Financial Director Shui, they asked me to call Zhang Yunqing and Zhao Manfu in the area. They agreed to sign over the phone, and I signed it with their signatures. When they return to Kyoto for a meeting in the future, they can just go to the finance department and re-sign on the spot where they signed the original document. What if they just don't come back to sign? Deputy Financial Director Shui said that if Zhang Yunqing and Zhao Manfu did not come back to re-sign the original documents, it would be impossible for the finance department to agree to pay the settlement amount of this contract. Hua Baibai smiled and said, "This is also a solution. You should hurry up and implement it." "Okay." Lin Yiping agreed, left Hua Baibai's office, and returned to her workstation. Lin Yiping took out her mobile phone, looked up Zhang Yunqing's phone number in the phone address book, dialed it and said, "Gong Zhang, I discussed it with many leaders and finally gave us an opinion." "That's great, Lin Gong, please tell me quickly. What are the leaders' opinions on how to deal with the situation we are encountering now?" "The first step is for me to call you and Mr. Zhao. If you agree to sign over the phone, I will give you a sign over the phone to agree. This level will be considered passed. I agree to sign over the phone. Could Lin Gong please help me sign over the phone to agree?" "Okay, no problem, Mr. Zhang. After the first step, do you need the second step?" Forrester. "Yes, the second step is that the leader of the finance department requires you and Mr. Zhao to go to the finance department to find the original approval process sheet for this seedling purchase contract when you return to Kyoto for a meeting, and then put the two of you on the original copy. The person's signature must be re-signed in person. There's no problem with that, it's just that I don't go back to Kyoto often. Mr. Zhao often returns to Kyoto, at least once a month, so we should take care of him first. If your visa is not re-signed, please let me know if you have any problems." "Okay, thank you Lin Gong. If the signature is not added in time, has the leader of the finance department said what adverse effects will there be?" "It doesn't have a big impact. What Shui, Deputy Director of Finance of the Finance Department, said is that without a supplementary signature, it is impossible for the Finance Department to agree to pay the settlement payment for this contract." "Oh, if there is such a restriction, it should be within time. After all, his settlement time has not yet expired. It's almost the end of the year, and there should be some meeting opportunities that will require Mr. Zhao and I to return to Kyoto. Okay, then I'll call Mr. Zhao to handle the signing issue. Okay, Lin Gong, bye. Bye-bye. After Lin Yiping ended the phone call with Zhang Yunqing, she called Zhao Manfu again, explained the solution clearly, and obtained a clear expression of intention authorized by Zhao Manfu to sign on his behalf. Zhang Yunqing came to Zhao Manfu's office. Zhao Manfu said to Zhang Yunqing, Lin Yiping called me just now, and our seedling purchase contract approval process sheet has been authorized to Lin Yiping through the phone. Zhang Yunqing replied, I know, I just want to report this matter to you. It's just that it's troublesome to go back to Kyoto to re-sign in the future, and it's easy to forget. It's okay, I just remember to remind you. Zhao Manfu, you can remind me. It's best to remember to complete these procedures when we go back together. Zhang Yunqing replied, yes. This matter has been dealt with. I still have to tell you Xingjie. Zhang Yunqing took out his mobile phone, found Yu Xingjie's phone number in the phone address book, dialed it and said, Yu Gong, we have already discussed a solution for your seedling purchase contract approval process. For the time being, the signature and Mr. Zhao's signature were signed by Lin Yiping over the phone. In the following process, you remember to find Lin Yiping in time to understand the situation and track the signatures of other leaders. Yu Xingjie replied, it will be great if it is done. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. You're welcome. If you have any questions, please contact me. Bye. Bye-bye. Zhang Yunqing said to Zhao Manfu, I also informed Yu Xingjie and asked him to follow up on the signing of his own contract. I'll go to the Nanshan Audit Bureau later. Zhao Manfu, go ahead and urge him to issue the result document as soon as possible. Zhang Yunqing said okay, left Zhao Manfu's office, and drove downstairs to the Nanshan Audit Bureau. After parking the car and closing the door, we came to the office of Engineer Li of the Audit Bureau. When Li Gong saw Zhang Yunqing coming, he greeted him enthusiastically, Mr. Zhang, you run very frequently. You go once in the morning and once in the afternoon. Zhang Yunqing replied awkwardly, there is no way. The price recognition document has not been released, and the leadership is pressing hard, so I have to bring a bench to sit by your desk and wait for the result. Li Gong laughed and said, it's not that exaggerated. Zhang Yunqing said, it's really such an exaggeration. It's because I don't dare to do this myself that I manage to come here once in the morning and once in the afternoon at most. Li Gong smiled and said, your construction unit is also working hard. Zhang Yunqing saw that everyone else in Engineer Li's office had walked out, and quickly asked in a low voice, what is the total price that has been reviewed now? Li Gong wrote a number on the paper, 6675. Zhang Yunqing asked in a low voice, can you see the details? No, Director Li is reviewing it now. He will probably call you later to inform you that we will have a meeting tomorrow to discuss the results. In principle, no further adjustments can be made. Then there's no point in me waiting here. Yes, you should go back and wait for the news. The other people should contact each other as soon as possible to avoid any problems when signing. With your amount, the reduction is too much. We will definitely put forward different opinions tomorrow. Let's talk tomorrow. There's no way to see the detailed list today. Okay, I get it. I'm going back. Bye-bye. After Zhang Yunqing went downstairs, he drove back to the Nanshan Project Department. Came to Zhao Manfu's office. Take the initiative to report, the situation has come out. Should we call Zhou Wenqing together to discuss it? Yes. Zhao Manfu said, took out his phone and called Zhou Wenqing, if you are in the project department, come to my office immediately. Be there in a few minutes. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, come, sit down and drink tea first. Okay. Zhou Wenqing came to Zhao Manfu's office, found a seat next to the coffee table, and asked, Mr. Zhao, what's going on? Zhao Manfu did not answer Zhou Wenqing directly, but said directly to Zhang Yunqing, tell me the situation. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay. I just came back from Mr. Li's office in the audit bureau. I got some information. First, later this afternoon, we will probably be formally notified to go to the audit bureau tomorrow to attend the appraisal results meeting. Secondly, the general result of his review is there. The details are not allowed to be seen. He only wrote a total number on the paper, 6675. After I read it, Gong Li tore up the paper on which he wrote. Third, Mr. Li once again reminded us to keep in touch with everyone else to avoid further problems when signing. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, "You are pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. They are all poured out at once." Mr. Zhou, do you understand completely? I didn't fully understand it. I still feel a little confused. Zhang Yunqing said innocently, what's wrong? Since I can't explain clearly, okay, then you can ask questions. Zhou Wenqing said, the first point is that we may be notified later to go to the audit bureau for a meeting tomorrow, but we haven't been notified yet, right? Yes, this is the news I heard, and it will be slightly earlier than the actual notification time. I understand, it's equivalent to an informal notification. Yes, you explained it very correctly. Mr. Zhang, come on, who can tell you so many important things at once? It's not just words, each of them may make us confused. After all, you said 3 of them at once. Naturally, we need to communicate again. It's okay, just keep asking. I am responsible for patiently explaining it to you too. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, let me ask the second question, what does it mean that you can't see the details? It's just that we can't see the detailed list of valuation results they give us now, so we can't see it. Yeah, I understand. What does the number 6675 mean? I thought you would understand instantly. When Li Gong wrote this number to me, I understood it immediately. None of us are people who deal with numbers every day and are not sensitive to numbers. Just tell us what the number 6675 means. This 6675 means that the total price for my review is 66.75 million. Oh, then this data is very critical. Do you want to explain to us what this means? The price we reported at that time was 75 million yuan, do you remember? Whoever remembers these numbers? Even if what you said is right, go on. Well, when the reported cost of 75 million yuan was, the actual cost data of our 3 companies was 30 million yuan, which means that the reported profit is equal to 75 million yuan minus 30 million yuan, which equals 45 million yuan. Quoted gross profit margin equals 45 million yuan divided by 75 million yuan equals 60%. Is the gross profit margin of this quote clearly explained? Clear. Clear. Go on. The total price that has been reviewed now is 66.75 million yuan. The amount we have reduced after review is equal to 75 million yuan minus 66.75 million yuan. It is 8.25 million yuan that has been reduced by review. This means that the review reduction amount is 8.25 million yuan. Have you made it clear about the review and reduction? Make it clear. Make it clear. The review reduction amount of 8.25 million yuan divided by our review amount of 75 million yuan equals 11%. This means that the audit reduction rate of the appraisal results given to us by the audit bureau is 11%. Is this clear? The review and reduction rate of 11% makes it clear. Make it clear. Zhao Manfu pondered for a while and then asked a more important question. What we want to know now is the subscription amount of 66.75 million yuan. Should we recognize it? Zhang Yunqing replied, to put it simply, if it meets the company's gross profit margin requirements for individual assessments, can it be approved? Zhao Manfu replied, you can understand it this way for the time being. Okay, then we need to calculate what our gross profit margin is when the subscription price is 66.75 million yuan. 66.75 million yuan minus the cost of 30 million yuan, the gross profit is 36.75 million yuan. The gross profit margin of the subscription is equal to 36.75 million yuan divided by 66.75 million yuan, which is a 55% gross profit margin of the subscription, which is higher than what our company requires. Greening is an individual assessment of gross profit margin. Moreover, the pricing materials this time also include the pricing of some granite materials. We have not quoted such a high gross profit margin for these granites. Therefore, from the perspective of gross profit margin, the result of this valuation can be completely recognized. Zhao Manfu asked, I don't think you calculated the gross profit rate correctly. Zhang Yunqing looked unserviceable and asked, what's wrong? The formula for calculating the gross profit rate set by the company is one total cost and total quotation. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, have you forgotten that our costs include 750,000 yuan? Your cost must be included in the total cost. Zhang Yunqing said with a smile, when the company calculates the total cost, it never lists these special funds in the cost. It always reports the amount incurred and applies for use. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, it's okay. When calculating and reporting to the company, just calculate how you want to do it, and report how you want to report. Now if you count the two special funds of 750,000 as costs, what is the gross profit rate? Good. Then the cost is 30 million yuan plus 750,000 yuan, which equals 31.5 million yuan, right? Yes, the total cost becomes 31.5 million yuan, which is no longer the 30 million yuan cost you calculated previously. Okay, according to the calculation formula of gross profit margin equals 1 to 31.5 million 66.75 million yuan, then the gross profit margin is 53%. Even after calculating this, there is still a gross profit margin of 53%. Yeah, that's it. It seems. These 750,000 yuan are worth spending. Yes, but I want to remind you of the content of Article 3. The third part was said quickly and I didn't hear it clearly. Please say it again. Good. The third article is a kind reminder given to us by Li Gong. Remind us what to do. Let us hurry up and contact all the members of the appraisal team and confirm, because they are the ones who have to sign the appraisal document. Zhao Manfu asked, I still need to recall this matter after so long. Zhang Yunqing replied, let's settle the matter at hand first. Aren't there 3 more difficult people to deal with? Yeah. What did you do? The 2 people I assigned, Xiao Zhao from the Institutional Affairs Bureau and Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission, were sent out this morning in a relatively covert manner. Xiao Lu from the Garden Department was assigned by Mr. Zhou. Have you contacted me yet? Zhou Wenqing agreed, I haven't contacted Xiao Lu from the gardening office. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, you have too many things on the construction site and don't have time to guard the garden. Xiao Lu, why don't you give your box of tea to Zhang Yunqing to try? Zhang Yunqing waved his hands in denial before Zhou Wenqing could speak, don't give it to me. I have no experience in handling these things. I just did 2 things today. I'm still worried about it. Zhou Wenqing smiled and said, Mr. Zhao, look, it's not that I don't obey the arrangement, it's Zhang Yunqing who is simply unwilling to accept this move. Zhao Manfu replied, if he doesn't accept the offer, you have to work harder and contact him more. Don't let everyone agree. If he doesn't agree to sign, what will happen then? Zhou Wenqing agreed, okay. I understand. Zhao Manfu asked again, how was the 750,000 mentioned originally distributed? Who else among you 2 remembers? Zhang Yunqing replied, I remember roughly, I will say it again. Listen to it and see if it is correct. Gong Li 25, Mr. Tao 150,000, Director Huang 100,000, Ding 100, and 3 people who are not familiar with each other, Xiao Zhao from the Agency Affairs Bureau, Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission, and Xiao Lu from the Gardening Department each have 10,000, a total of 750,000. At that time, we discussed that Gong Li's 250,000 yuan should be reduced by 20,000 yuan to be used as daily reimbursement for catering expenses, and his salary became 230,000 yuan. Yes, that's what happened. I also remembered it. Then who have we cashed in and how much have we cashed in? It was cashed in 2 batches. Each batch is 350,000, Gong Li, Mr. Tao, and Mr. Huang each have 100,000, and Gong Ding's is 50,000, which is exactly 350,000, right? Right. Today I took another 250,000 and cashed them to Xiao Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau and Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission. I took out 50,000 yuan and planned to cash it in to Xiao Lu from the Gardening Office. In this case, it originally cost 350,000 yuan. Adding in the 15 yuan that has been borrowed now, there is already 500,000 yuan that has somewhere to go. 750,000 minus 500,000 leaves us with 250,000. After subtracting 20,000 for spare catering expenses, we still have 230,000 that we need to find a suitable time to spend. Tell me, who do these 230,000 belong to? Among them, 130,000 belong to Mr. Li, 50,000 belong to Mr. Tao, and 50,000 belong to Mr. Ding. If we calculate this, we get exactly 230,000. The numbers are right. Do you still have all the money? Mr. Zhou, please ask. Zhou Wenqing smiled and said, if the money is not there, where else can we go? Zhao Manfu smiled and said, you should be careful when asking, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with these things if the money is misappropriated. Zhou Wenqing called Tang Ying, the financial cashier, come to Mr. Zhao's office. After Tang Ying arrived at Zhao Manfu's office, Zhou Wenqing motioned to Zhao Manfu to ask himself. Zhao Manfu asked, Xiao Tang, there are some special funds this time, some of which are second or third bids. How much is the balance left by Mr. Zhou with you? Do you remember? Tang Ying said, let me think about it. 350,000 yuan were put in tea boxes and borrowed by Mr. Zhou and Mr. Zhang respectively. There are 2 bundles of $100,000 left in the safe, plus 1 bundle of $50,000. There is a total of 250,000 cash left in the safe alone. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, we understand. This money will soon be spent on very important things during this period. Make sure the money cannot be misappropriated. Tang Ying asked, do I ask you when I want to use this money? I will use it only if you agree. If you don't agree, don't use it. Zhao Manfu replied, there's no need to go to such trouble. Tang Ying replied, if I don't report it to you, how do you know whether the money was used correctly? Zhao Manfu thought for a while and then replied, okay, ask me when you use the money. Tang Ying replied, okay, Mr. Zhao, is there anything else? Zhao Manfu replied, no, you go and do your work first. Zhou Wenqing's phone rang, and after answering the call, he asked, Mr. Tao, hello. Any good news? Tao Ting, the cost manager of Jingchuan Group, said on the other end of the phone, Mr. Zhou, do you want to hear any good news? Zhou Wenqing smiled and said, as long as Mr. Tao informs me personally, I believe it is good news. Tao Ting laughed on the phone, Mr. Zhou, your mouth is so sweet. Did you eat honey this morning? Zhou Wenqing said with a smile, not only did I eat honey in the morning, but I also drank royal jelly at noon. Tao Ting smiled and said, no wonder my mouth is so sweet today. Zhou Wenqing asked, are you going to notify me that I can receive the progress payment? Tao Ting replied, no. I am informing you that there will be a meeting in the conference room of the Audit Bureau at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and your appraisal results document has come out. Zhou Wenqing replied, okay, thank you Mr. Tao for the notice. Tao Ting replied, you're welcome. Zhou Wenqing waited for Tao Ting to hang up the phone and said, the first thing Mr. Zhang just said, informing us of tomorrow's meeting this afternoon has been realized. Zhao Manfu said with a smile, tell me more details. Just now, the acting contractor Tao Ting called me, informing us that we will have a meeting in the conference room of the Audit Bureau at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, saying that our appraisal results document has come out. Zhang Yunqing laughed happily and said, finally, we have officially informed you. Zhou Wenqing continued, I'm thinking that after Mr. Tao notifies us, he will probably notify us of the second and third bids in time. Mr. Zhao, tell me, should we take the initiative to invite the persons in charge of the second and third bids to come over and understand the situation together? After all, they have shared the cost. We have now sorted out big data. But their 2 units were still kept in the dark. Zhao Manfu replied, okay, who is responsible for contacting their 2 bidders for these matters? Zhou Wenqing replied, the interaction between collecting money and on-site was my contact with their second and third bidding sections. Mr. Zhang was responsible for contacting them with the specific data on the price recognition. Zhao Manfu arranged for Zhang Yunqing to say, now that you have obtained the data, you can call them to inform them. If the time is right, come and touch them today, as a courtesy. Okay. Zhang Yunqing agreed, took out his mobile phone, looked up the phone number of Zhuang Jiren, the project manager of the second bid section Datatong Company in the phone address book, dialed it and said, Mr. Zhuang, I have already inquired about some bids. Important information, do you have time to come to Mr. Zhao's office now? I have time, Mr. Zhang, thank you. I have a little urgent matter at hand. It will probably take a few minutes. I will come to your Mr. Zhao's office after it is handled. Okay, I'll wait for you, Mr. Zhuang, bye. Bye-bye. After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Zhuang Jiren, he looked up the phone number of Yu Linfei, the project manager of Fuxian Company in the third bid section, in the phone address book. After dialing the number, he said, Mr. Yu, I have obtained some important information about the price recognition, do you have time to come to Mr. Zhao's office now? If you have time, thank you, Mr. Zhang, I'll be right away. After Zhang Yunqing ended the phone call with Yu Linfei, he said, both project managers promised to come soon. Mr. Zhuang said that he had a few things at hand that needed to be dealt with in a few minutes and then came here for the meeting. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, okay, the appraisal results came out after a lot of hard work, of course they have to run faster. Yu Linfei arrived at Zhao Manfu's office first and clamored to tell him what the result was. Zhao Manfu said with a smile, Mr. Yu, don't be anxious. Wait a little longer for Mr. Zhuang, otherwise, you will have to say the same thing several times. Yu Linfei agreed, okay, Mr. Zhao. I'll help you immediately. What's going on with Mr. Zhuang? Why don't you hurry up on such an important matter of appraising the price? I want to know the result now, and I feel like a cat scratching me, very panicked. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Linfei got through Zhuang Jiren's call, Mr. Zhuang, I'm informing you to come to Mr. Zhao's place for a meeting. What are you doing? You're procrastinating, and you won't even come if you're in a hurry. Zhuang Jiren replied, we are paying the wages of a worker who is about to leave. It has already been paid. Why are you so panicked? Just wait for me and I will be there soon. Yu Linfei replied, I just don't want to wait for you, we have to talk about it first. Zhuang Jiren replied, it doesn't make sense if you do this, we are all tied together, wait for me for a while. By the way, I have received a call from President Tao Ting to go to the Audit Bureau for a meeting tomorrow morning. Have you received the notice? Yu Linfei replied, I haven't received a call from Mr. Tao yet. I'll call and ask. By the way, you call Mr. Tao and brag for a while, and I will be in Mr. Zhao's office. Don't panic, just wait for me. Yu Linfei replied, hurry up and do it yourself. I'll call Mr. Tao first. After Yu Linfei ended the phone call with Zhuang Jiren, he asked Zhou Wenqing, Mr. Zhou, just now Mr. Zhuang said that he has been notified by Mr. Tao to go to the Audit Bureau for a price recognition meeting tomorrow morning. Has your company received the notification? Zhou Wenqing smiled and said, I received it a few minutes ago. What's wrong? Judging from your attitude, could it be that you didn't receive the call from Mr. Tao informing you of the meeting? Yu Linfei replied, That's right, you too have received calls from Mr. Tao, why didn't I receive the call? It couldn't be that Mr. Tao fell in love with you two handsome project managers and reminded you too. But I, a project manager who looks a bit shabby, forgot about the ball. Zhou Wenqing replied angrily, You deserve it, you are not as handsome as me. After saying that, he touched the hair on his forehead with his right hand and raised his head back naturally, looking handsome and confident. Heart-bursting. Yu Linfei was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said, Looking at your moral character, believe it or not, I'm going to take advantage of your little son. Zhou Wenqing didn't answer, and just let out a hum in his nostrils, as if he was mocking Yu Linfei. He didn't even give you a call, but you could still poach him. I guess it made you so big that you didn't even know your last name. Yu Linfei did not continue to reason about Zhou Wenqing's state, feeling that he was at a huge loss. You must call Tao Ting immediately to find out. Yu Linfei carefully searched for Tao Ting's phone number in the phone address book. After dialing it, he complained, Mr. Tao, have you forgotten me? Tao Ting asked on the phone, How could I forget you? There must be no such thing. Yu Linfei asked dissatisfied, You said you haven't forgotten yourself, but why have Zhou Wenqing and Zhuang Jiren received your call, but I haven't? Tao Ting replied on the other end of the phone, How could I forget you, they're two project managers. It's also impossible to forget you, Mr. Yu, don't you think so? Mr. Tao, your behavior is inconsistent with what you said. What's the inconsistency? They all received a call to go to the audit bureau for a meeting tomorrow, but I didn't receive it. Why didn't they forget what I said? Tao Ting thought in her heart, she really forgot about her grandson, how could she fool him? Tao Ting's voice came from the phone, Mr. Yu, I believe you are not such a stingy person. Aren't you bidding for the first section, the second section, and the third section, a total of 3 bids? Right? Yes, Mr. Tao, thank you. Remember, there are still 3 bids. I informed each house to attend the meeting according to the sequence number of the bidding section. Is there anything wrong? It sounds like there's nothing wrong with it. As soon as I notified Zhuang Jiren of the second bid section that the company's manager, Mr. Wang, called me to report on my work. Didn't I get your call just after I came out of Mr. Wang's office? Think about it, if you hadn't called me this phone call, I would actually have called you, right? Right. Tao Ting patted her heart, breathed out gently, and finally got over it. Fortunately, she was smart, otherwise it would have been embarrassing. She continued to speak into the microphone, Mr. Yu, I will officially inform you now. There will be a meeting in the conference room of the Audit Bureau at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and your appraisal results document will come out. Yu Linfei replied, Okay, I understand, thank you Mr. Tao for informing me. Could you please Mr. Tao do another good deed? Tao Ting asked on the phone, What's the good thing? Can you tell me about it? Yu Linfei replied, Can you send us the price data file to take a look at first? In this case, we will be prepared for the meeting tomorrow morning. Which price is lower must be analyzed first. Tao Ting replied, The requirements of the Audit Bureau this time are very strict. The people in our valuation team only participated in the inquiry process and supervised the process. The specific data collection and sorting was handled by Li Gong himself. He didn't give it to us. He just said that the document was with Director Li of the Audit Bureau. Because Director Li might adjust the data, he couldn't give it to us before the meeting. Just wait a little longer and see it at the venue tomorrow. Don't embarrass me. Yu Linfei also agreed readily, Okay, since Mr. Tao has said it, let's wait and see it at the meeting tomorrow. Okay, remember to attend the meeting on time tomorrow. Okay, thank you Mr. Tao. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye. After Yu Linfei waited for Tao Ting to hang up the phone, He folded the phone and put it on the coffee table, and said, I feel that Mr. Tao has probably forgotten about me. When he called me to ask, he was hesitant to speak. Zhou Wenqing smiled and said, even if he forgets you, what can you do? Yu Linfei said angrily, the key is that she only forgot me. It's not appropriate. If she wants to forget, shouldn't she also forget you all? Zhou Wenqing said with a smile, you don't go to see her often. Look at me. I go to her office at least a few times a week. I go around her whenever I have something to do. I want to get familiar with her first. Zhuang Jiren's voice sounded at the door, who are you going to get familiar with? Yu Linfei replied, Mr. Zhou always gets along well with the beautiful Tao Ting. Why do you care about this? You don't care about business. Zhuang Jiren smiled and said, I am not a latecomer, so I have to hurry up and say something about the Dragon Gate formation. Otherwise, what will happen if you tell all the important information first? Yu Linfei smiled bitterly and said, Boss Zhuang, if you are not here, how can we talk first? We have to wait until you are together before we can talk. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, okay, Mr. Zhuang and Mr. Yu are here, let's have a short meeting. Please ask Mr. Zhang to inform everyone about the situation after going to the audit bureau to inquire. Zhang Yunqing preached to everyone, I went to the office of Li Gong of the audit bureau this afternoon and wanted to get a copy of our pricing information form in advance. But Li Gong refused to give it. He said that the table was with Director Li. The director might change the specific data. There was a possibility of changing it higher or lower. He didn't dare to show us the data. Director Li will punish him more severely if the secret is leaked. He suggested that we look at it openly during the meeting tomorrow, and if we have any questions, we can raise them in person. Yu Linfei replied, indeed, they are stricter about the rules this time. I just called Tao Ting, the manager on behalf of the builder, and wanted a price list, but it was said that it was not sent to them. We can only see it at the meeting tomorrow. Zhuang Jiren asked, have you found any useful information? Zhang Yunqing replied, there is more important information, and it is for this reason that I informed everyone to come over for the meeting. Yu Linfei urged, Mr. Zhang, tell me quickly, I really want to know as soon as possible. Zhang Yunqing said, Gong Li wrote a number 6675 on the paper and showed it to me, and then tore it into pieces. Zhuang Jiren asked, can you explain what this 6675 means? Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, of course it can be explained. What Mr. Li means is that the total price for review now is 66.75 million yuan. But he could not confirm whether Director Li would change his data. So he could only simply reveal a total number, and he was determined not to give me other details. Zhuang Jiren asked, Mr. Zhao, do you agree with his price recognition, or do you have other different opinions? Zhao Manfu replied, we haven't even seen the detailed list now, so there is definitely no way to confirm whether his price recognition should be approved. Zhuang Jiren replied, that's what I mean too. We need to see the detailed price list to truly confirm it completely. Zhao Manfu said, since we have already obtained the total price data of the appraisal, even the temporary data is of great reference significance. Then we have to calculate the amount of the appraisal price when the appraisal price is 66.75 million yuan. What is the price gross profit margin? Zhang Yunqing replied, the total subscription price of 66.75 million yuan minus the cost of 30 million yuan, the gross profit is 36.75 million yuan. The gross profit margin of the subscription price is equal to 36.75 million yuan divided by 66.75 million yuan, which is 55% of the subscription gross profit margin. Interest rate. Moreover, the pricing materials this time also include the pricing of some granite materials. The gross profit margin of these granite quotations was not as high as 55%. Therefore, from the perspective of gross profit margin, the result of this valuation can be completely recognized. Zhuang Jiren asked, Mr. Zhang, your cost of 30 million refers to the total cost of the three of us together, right? Yes, Mr. Zhuang. Then we later incurred two costs of 750,000. Did you add them to the total cost? Zhang Yunqing smiled and said, no, the two costs of 750,000 were not added to the cost of 30 million. If they were added, the total cost would be adjusted to 31.5 million. Zhuang Jiren asked, if the cost is 31.5 million yuan, what is the gross profit margin? If the total cost is 31.5 million yuan, based on the gross profit margin calculation formula equals 1 to 31.5 million yuan or 66.75 million yuan, the gross profit margin is 53%. Zhuang Jiren replied, if you calculate that there is still a gross profit margin of 53%, it is still relatively ideal, and I am quite satisfied. I don't know the opinions of Mr. Zhao and Mr. Yu, the two bosses. Zhao Manfu replied, in terms of gross profit margin, I think we can agree to this price. Yu Linfei also echoed, in terms of gross profit margin, the management of our Fuxian company is completely acceptable. It is better than we expected, and we will not have any different opinions. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhao, you leaders of listed companies have really strong communication skills. Zhao Manfu politely replied, this has nothing to do with whether it is listed or not. It is a good return that our brothers in this office have discussed everything well and dealt with it in a timely manner. Mr. Zhang, is there anything else you want to tell Mr. Zhuang and Mr. Yu? Zhang Yunqing said, you can also remind us that Li Gong reminded us to visit all the people in the appraisal team so that no one is unwilling to sign when signing. Zhuang Jiren asked, actually, has everyone been contacted now? Zhou Wenqing replied, the two difficult ones assigned by Mr. Zhang have been sent out. Xiao Lu from the gardening department I was assigned to was a bit difficult to deal with and I haven't been able to get in touch with him. After this meeting is over, I will go out and block him again. Yu Linfei said, last time we arranged for 350,000 yuan to be spent, this time you went to deal with another 350,000 yuan. This is only 500,000 yuan, and there is still 250,000 yuan that has not been spent. Zhuang Jiren replied, we don't have 250,000 yuan left. We said at the last meeting that 20,000 yuan would be used for entertainment expenses. Yu Linfei smiled and said, Mr. Zhuang, your memory is so good, you have remembered all this money. Zhuang Jiren replied, of course we must remember it clearly. Every penny will affect our interests. Yu Linfei replied, that means there are still 230,000 that have not been spent. Mr. Zhuang, do you still remember who you want to spend it on? Zhuang Jiren replied, I remember. Everyone, listen to what I say, right? 130,000 belongs to Gong Li, 50,000 belongs to Mr. Tao, and 50,000 belongs to Gong Ding. Zhou Wenqing replied, yes, Mr. Zhuang remembered it correctly. It is consistent with the data we compiled and recalled today. Zhuang Jiren said, actually, how to send out the remaining 230,000 yuan is very important. If it is done well, it may be done by just spending this money. If it doesn't go well, it may be choked by individual people, and we don't know how much we will lose by then. Zhao Manfu replied, yes. Mr. Zhuang is right. Otherwise, let's ask Mr. Zhou to find Xiao Lu in the garden department now. We will adjourn the meeting now, and everyone will think about it after the meeting is over. After Mr. Zhou comes back, it is estimated that it will not be too early. A few of us will find a barbecue restaurant at the door to have a late-night snack and discuss the following matters and how to deal with it. Zhuang Jiren smiled and said, I agree, I'll leave first. See you at midnight. Yu Linfei replied, I agree, I'll come over for a late-night snack again. Zhou Wenqing said, I'm going to get the tea now, and then go out to find Xiao Lu in the garden. After Zhou Wenqing went to find Tang Ying to take out the tea leaves, he came to the parking lot and called Xiao Lu from the gardening office. Hello, Mr. Lu, you are the project manager of Western Construction, the professional gardening and landscape subcontracting unit of the Nanshan project. Zhou Wenqing. I've been looking for you for several days, but you haven't even given me a chance to meet. The leadership just held a meeting and asked me to find you today and report my work clearly in person. He also said that if I can't get the opportunity to meet and report to you, there is a problem with my communication and coordination skills. Let me stop being a project manager and demote me to be a production manager. So, Lu Gong, please give me a chance to meet. Lu Gong laughed on the phone and said, Mr. Zhou, it's not that serious. I'm just a small role. It's not so important. I need to demote your project manager. Zhou Wenqing looked very sincere on the phone and replied, I really didn't lie to you. Please give Lu Gong some face. I will drive to you right away. The voice of Lu Gong from the gardening department came over the phone, okay. Do you know Nanshan Cafe? Zhou Wenqing thought to himself, how could he not know the place where Nanshan Cafe often goes, but he still asked honestly, is there only one place called Nanshan Cafe in the entire Nanshan city? I drove to the Nanshan project at Jingchuan Group. There is a Nanshan Cafe on the left-hand side of the only way to the ministry, is it that one? Yes, that's right there. Okay, I'll drive there now. If there's no traffic, it will take 30 minutes. Okay, I'm relatively close there. Call me when you get there. Okay, Lu Gong, see you later. Zhou Wenqing was driving to meet Lu Gong from the gardening department. Thinking about the whole price appraisal process, in fact, Xiao Lu from the gardening department did not play a big role. Among the 7 people, Lu Gong did not have much say. The main say was in the hands of Li Gong from the audit bureau, and the others had the most. That is to help beat the drum. Why should we put this gift in a tea box? If you remove the tea box and put it in a random bag, then give it to Lu Gong in the garden department. If the other party dares to accept it, then give it away. If the other party pretends not to accept it, or really doesn't accept it, then forget it. If you don't, just take the money back and keep it for yourself. This kind of thing is only known by God, Earth, I, and Lu Gong. It can never be a gang-related matter. There is no need to be stubborn like Zhang Yunqing and insist on giving away the money. If you can't give it away, you have to return it. Zhang Yunqing, I have some skills in cost construction, but I am too honest and don't know how to seize opportunities at all times to increase my deserved income. After Zhou Wenqing thought of this, he had already made up his mind. It was best not to give away the money, but how could he not offend Xiao Lu from the gardening office so that he could be willing not to cause trouble in this appraisal work? This problem has been bothering Zhou Wenqing, and Zhou Wenqing has never made up his mind. Forget it, it is useless to think about it on his own. It is better to meet with Lu Gong from the gardening department and then adapt to the specific situation of the communication. After Zhou Wenqing arrived at Nanshan Cafe, he asked for a private room at the front desk. After Zhou Wenqing entered the private room, he took out his mobile phone, looked up the phone number of Xiao Lu from the garden office in the phone address book, dialed it and said, "Hello, Mr. Lu. I have arrived at the Nanshan Cafe. I'll wait for you in private room 888. Okay, I'll be there in a minute." Zhou Wenqing asked the front desk clerk and gave him a dark-colored plastic bag. He got into the car and put the 50,000 yuan in the tea box into the dark-colored plastic bag. He returned to private room 888 with the plastic bag and put it in the drawer under the coffee table where he was sitting. Light a cigarette, puff out smoke rings leisurely, and continue to think about how to solve it to truly achieve your goal. After hearing the knock on the door, Zhou Wenqing stood up, opened the door, and asked, "Hello, Lu Gong, please come in and sit down." "Hello, Mr. Zhou." After a brief handshake, the two sat on opposite sides of the coffee table. "Lu Gong, tea or coffee?" "It doesn't matter, whatever." "Well, how about drinking black tea?" "Can." Zhou Wenqing stood at the door of private room 888 and said to the waiter who happened to pass by the door, "Please bring me a pot of black tea. There are only 2 of us, so 2 cups will be fine." The waiter replied, "Okay, please wait a moment, sir." After Zhou Wenqing returned to the private room, he said, "Where is Lu Gong from?" Xiao Lu from the garden office replied, "He is a native of Nanshan, and his home is nearby." "Oh, Lu Gong is expensive this year." "It's free, I'm already 25 years old." "You are so young, Lu Gong has a bright future." "Thank you for the compliment. I still need to learn more from experienced people like you. In the gardening department, I still feel that my professional knowledge is a bit lacking." "Lu Gong, are you so eager to learn? Why do you want to learn so much professional knowledge?" "It's impossible without professional knowledge. For example, the material inquiry team participating in your Nanshan project this time does not recognize almost every seedling. The owner of the nursery said what kind of seedling it was, so I thought it was what kind of seedling. It feels like this is not a problem." I don't know the Miao people here very well, I only know a few of them. The people who really know the seedlings are the people who purchase the seedlings. If they don't know the seedlings, you can imagine how bad it will be when the seedlings are purchased. Yeah, that's unthinkable. If you buy the wrong seedlings and are discovered by the supervisor, party A, etc., you will not only make a joke and be looked down upon, but you will also suffer financial losses. There was a knock from the waiter at the door, and Zhou Wenqing shouted, "Please come in." "Sir, the black tea you ordered is here." "Okay, just put it here." Zhou Wenqing stood up and filled both Xiao Lu's teacup in the garden and his own teacup with a cup of black tea. He picked up the teacup and said, "Lu Gong, how do you like the black tea from this place?" Xiao Lu from the garden office picked up the teacup and took a sip. He slowly put down the teacup and said, "Well, this black tea tastes good." Zhou Wenqing smiled and said, "As long as you like it, I'm afraid you won't like it." "It's okay. I'm quite adaptable." Zhou Wenqing stood up and glanced casually at the door of private room 888, then closed the door and quietly locked the door of the private room. After returning to his seat, Zhou Wenqing said, "Gong Lu, how many people are you participating in the price appraisal this time?" "There were 7 of them, including me." "Are you familiar with the other 6 people?" "Familiarity doesn't count. It can only be simply remembering something." "Oh, what do all 6 of them remember?" "Let me see. Li Gong of the Audit Bureau is the organizer who remembers it most clearly. There were 2 beauties, one of whom said he was a cost builder and his surname was Ding. One person was named Tao, who I heard was responsible for the cost of construction. Lu Gong is good. He remembers beauties very clearly. There is nothing wrong with her at all. Haha. There is also a supervisor. I heard them call him Mr. Huang. Well, that should be Director Huang Yuandong. There are also Gong Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau and Gong Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission. How many days have you been out for inspection?" The original arrangement was for a 3-day inspection, but the inspection efficiency in the first 3 days was too low, so another day was added, and a total of 4 days were consumed. During this inspection process, have you ever considered that ours is a work rush project, and the purchase of seedlings and materials needs to be urgent, and the cost will increase accordingly? I don't know if they have considered it, but during the inspection process, Mei Li Ding and Chief Engineer Huang emphasized many times the special circumstances of the project, tight supply, and overtime work at the construction site day and night, which they witnessed with their own eyes. See you. Engineer Li from the Audit Bureau will occasionally confirm the information on overtime work. Oh, at least the people who participated in the inquiry team knew that the project was a work rush project. Yes. Have you set a price at that time? No, we couldn't decide it at that time. Why can't it be settled? Because for the same seedlings, the prices in each nursery are not consistent at all, and some are even very different. Then have you seen the price data given to us? I've seen it. When have you seen it? Do you still have it now? Can you show it to me? When we organized a meeting today, we read the printed version. Not now, and Mr. Li from the Audit Bureau didn't give it to us either. He took the documents away after reading them and said that he would give them to you officially when they have a meeting with you tomorrow after Director Lee has reviewed them. Oh, do you remember what the total amount was? I'm sorry, because I don't know much about this, and I don't care about the data, and I am quite insensitive to data. So basically I forget about it after just one glance. Then do you approve or disapprove of our valuation data? At this level of mine, there is no way to talk about approval or disapproval. I was just a participant and had no say. Oh, do you need to sign the price recognition document at the end? I heard what Mr. Lee from the Audit Bureau said was that each of us participating in the inquiry team must sign on the final appraisal document. Then are you confident about signing the price recognition document you saw during the meeting? I have no way of judging myself, but at least a few of these 7 people are very professional people. As long as they can sign, I won't raise any objections. Just sign. When talking about this, Zhou Wenqing felt confident. In his heart, he judged that Xiao Lu in the garden should be a harmless person and a person who goes with the flow. As long as others agree, he will not deliberately make things difficult. No one has such professional knowledge. Zhou Wenqing then politely said to Xiao Lu in the garden office, Gong Lu, this period of time has taken up a lot of your time. In order to compensate for your hard work during this period, I have prepared a little trick here. We also hope that Mr. Lu can help us quickly confirm the price recognition and signing process of our company later, so as to give our company leaders early reassurance. Now that the price confirmation document has not been obtained, the company has notified that if the price confirmation document cannot be obtained within a few days, no more seedlings will be allowed. It's so serious. Yes, because there is no price guarantee without a price recognition document, which may result in the company losing money after the work is completed. This situation is absolutely not allowed for commercial companies. After Zhou Wenqing finished speaking, he took out the plastic bag containing money from under the coffee table and handed it to Xiao Lu in the garden office. Xiao Lu from the garden office smiled and said, "Let me see what Mr. Zhou has prepared." As he spoke, he opened the plastic bag. As Zhou Wenqing expected, Xiao Lu from the garden office saw that the bag was full of money. He quickly threw it on the coffee table and said in fear, "Mr. Zhou, are you still here? Be careful, it scared me to death. This number is not as much as my annual salary now." Zhou Wenqing continued to say in a calm and polite tone, "Don't panic, Mr. Lu. Some things are hidden rules. Even if you don't take them, the company won't be able to save the money, so it still has to be spent." Xiao Lu from the gardening office said, "I definitely don't dare to take it. Whether your company can save this money has nothing to do with me and I don't care." Zhou Wenqing replied, "Lu Gong, if you don't take our signature, won't you be happy?" Xiao Lu from the gardening office said, "I've already said before that I can't play any role in this appraisal group. I won't say good things about you, nor will I say bad things about you. As long as the other 6 people say they can sign, I will just sign. I didn't take your money. It will be more refreshing to sign, but if you take it, there will always be some shadow in your heart." After Xiao Lu from the garden office finished speaking, he stood up and said, "I'm leaving." Zhou Wenqing quickly put the plastic bag containing the money into the drawer under the coffee table. He stood up and walked to Xiao Lu in the garden and said, "I'm sorry, my help was in vain, Gong Lu." Xiao Lu from the gardening office replied, "It doesn't matter. If Bai helps me, I will feel more at ease." Zhou Wenqing said reluctantly, "Okay, then walk slowly." Zhou Wenqing stood quietly at the door of the private room, quickly unlocked the door lock, and opened the private room door. Xiao Lu from the garden office said, "I came quietly, Mr. Zhou, you can't see me off. I'll leave first. You can leave later." Zhou Wenqing agreed, "Okay, okay." He closed the door of the private room smoothly, returned to the sofa next to the coffee table, and lay down lazily. Zhou Wenqing carefully recalled the communication process with Lu Wo from the gardening department just now. First they exchanged simple greetings, and then quietly inquired about some details of Xiao Lu's participation in the inquiry and inspection process. There are two advantages to doing this. One is that you can confirm whether this Xiao Lu is the Xiao Lu you are really looking for. After all, he only has a phone number and has never met. It is still very possible to make a mistake, so you must be more cautious, or quietly inquire about it quietly to make sure you have found the right person. Another benefit is, by the way, I want to know whether those other people who have been dealt with are really speaking good words for their construction units, at least they want to say something fair, so that the people who participate in the inquiry cannot not be clear about the difficulties of the project, otherwise it will not be conducive to making the project valuation more reasonable. After verification, the director and workers all said appropriate and pertinent words and did not blindly modify the construction unit, which can be regarded as a good effect. Afterwards, we discussed Xiao Lu's professional level. He said that he didn't understand anything and was ready to follow the crowd. Under such circumstances, Zhou Wencheng was still sincerely prepared to give the gift to Xiao Lu in the garden department in person. However, Xiao Lu from the garden office did not have much social experience, was timid, and had an admirable sense of integrity. He was unwilling to get involved in such things as economic interests and resolutely refused to accept the gifts he sincerely gave. At the same time, he also expressed that he would not embarrass himself about the price recognition. In fact, construction units all like leaders like Xiao Lu. Zhou Wenqing couldn't help but give a big thumbs up to Xiao Lu in the garden office. What Zhou Wenqing can confirm now is that Xiao Lu from the garden office will not embarrass himself about the price issue. In fact, the purpose of giving gifts has been achieved. As for whether the other party accepts the gift, as long as it does not affect the purpose of reasonable appraisal, it will be fine. What should Zhou Wenqing do with the 50,000 yuan that was rejected? I asked myself this many times in my heart. There are several options. 1. We went back to report safely and said that Xiao Lu from the Renmin garden office agreed not to embarrass us, but firmly refused to accept the gift. In this case, there are several situations. 1. If the money is refunded to all 3 bidding lots, the money will be completely recovered and can no longer be used. 2. When the money is returned to Zhao Manfu, it will be arranged by Zhao Manfu. More than 90% of the money may be embezzled by Zhao Manfu. 2. Go back and report that the matter has been completed. Under normal circumstances, no one will know whether the money has been sent out. In this case, if Xiao Lu from the gardening office wants to understand it later and is willing to ask for it, he can just give it directly. Even if you don't want it all the time, it will fall into your own pocket. It is equivalent to 3 companies paying you a little hard work fee, which is not excessive. While Zhou Wenqing was thinking, the phone rang. When he picked it up, it was Zhao Manfu asking, "Has Mr. Zhou finished? Come back for supper quickly." "Oh, hurry up, you eat first, I'll be there in a moment. It's just downstairs from the project department. If you park your car at the project department, walk out and walk towards the seaside, you can see us. We sat on the roadside." "Okay, got it." Zhou Wenqing waited for Zhao Manfu to hang up the phone, then lazily climbed up from the sofa, opened the door and called the waiter over, paid the bill and asked for an invoice. After everything was done, he carried the plastic bag containing the money and walked out of the Nanshan Cafe. He came to the trunk of the car, opened the trunk with the key, and gently placed the plastic bag containing the money in the car. In the trunk. It's like placing a heavy stone, for fear of making a hole in the trunk of your car. Zhou Wenqing closed the trunk door of the car, opened the cab door, got in and started the car, and drove towards the Nanshan project department. Zhou Wenqing came to the barbecue stall that Zhao Manfu mentioned. Zhuang Jiren greeted Zhou Wenqing and said, "Come on, Mr. Zhou, sit here. We 2 brothers will sit next to each other." Zhou Wenqing smiled and said, "Okay, there will be delicious food when you sit next to Mr. Zhuang." Yu Linfei exclaimed, "It seems like there's nothing to eat until we sit next to each other." Zhuang Jiren smiled and said, Mr. Zhou, if you sit next to me, I will help him pick up the food. Of course there will be something delicious. Yu Linfei smiled and said, oh, I didn't know you still have this hobby. You like to eat other people's saliva. Zhuang Jiren smiled and said, if Mr. Yu likes it, I can get you some more food. Yu Linfei smiled and waved his hand and said, forget it, let's leave it to Mr. Zhou to eat alone. I'm afraid he won't have enough to eat. Zhou Wenqing replied, Mr. Yu, if you don't like to eat Mr. Zhuang's saliva, I can also give you some food. You can also eat some of my saliva. Zhao Manfu couldn't listen anymore and stopped him, stop talking about you three who like to eat saliva. It's too disgusting. Why don't you three go and open a table to eat in peace? Zhang Yunqing said with a smile, I think the three of them are sincere. If they want us to feel sick, we can't eat it, so we should eat more ourselves. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, okay, no more joking. There have been very few happy events about this project since I came here. I am quite satisfied with the data that came out today. Tonight I invite all of us brothers here to have a supper together. While eating and chatting, we must make sure to win the key battle tomorrow morning. Come on guys, let's have this first drink. Zhang Yunqing, Zhao Manfu, Zhou Wenqing, Zhuang Jiren, and Yu Linfei stood up one after another. Everyone clinked their glasses and drank the first glass of wine. Each filled his own glass. Zhuang Jiren raised his glass and said to everyone, it's not easy for the three bidders to have dinner together. This is the first time in a long time. On behalf of the second bid section, I would like to thank Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhou and others from Western Construction in the first bid section for helping me with the matters for our three bids. Good management and service, thank you Sanbiao Duan for your friendly cooperation during this time. Come and have a second drink. Everyone drank it all in one gulp. Each filled his own glass. Everyone started to eat the food, no one said anything. After waiting for a while, Zhao Manfu asked, I drank the first glass of wine, and drank the second glass of wine. Where is the third glass? Zhang Yunqing stared at Yu Linfei and said with a smile, Mr. Yu, Mr. Yu. Yu Linfei asked in confusion, the food is delicious. Why did you call me when you have nothing to do? Zhuang Jiren smiled and said, I'm telling you, Mr. Yu, have you fed all your emotional intelligence to dogs? Yu Linfei replied dissatisfied, Mr. Zhuang, although I admire you for your temperament, ability, money, power, and strength, at least you are a young man with 5 talents, but if you don't say so, are you a young man now? Zhou Wenqing asked, it's a little bit confusing, but I can't tell. Mr. Yu, what is this sixth thing? Yu Linfei, elegant. Zhou Wenqing smiled and said, it feels like Zhuang is telling you a joke. If you tell it, you have no grace. If you don't joke, you have grace. Why does it feel inappropriate? Zhang Yunqing said coldly, isn't it more appropriate to be educated? Mr. Yu. Yu Linfei, yes, yes, ha ha ha, Mr. Zhang, this sixth rich young man must be well educated. Zhuang Jiren smiled and said, climb, crawl, crawl, it's better to be graceful. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, this sixth person should be an unsolved case. He will be whatever you need him to be. Yu Linfei nodded understandingly and replied, yes, yes, Mr. Zhao summed it up right. Come on, this third glass of wine, brothers and sisters, I salute you and thank you all for your support and help on this project. We are finally about to usher in a good phased result. Let's celebrate in advance and hope that tomorrow's valuation meeting between the three of us will achieve a successful outcome. Cheers. 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 After 3 drinks, everyone toasted to each other, heard each other, and had a lot of fun. Some of the grievances that had been accumulated in their hearts for a long time were directly vented. After drinking, people's alertness naturally lowers, and their emotional intelligence also lowers. It is estimated that it is not easy to hold or pretend anymore, and there is no need to pretend anymore. Sorry, I really can't pretend anymore. Zhuang Jiren asked Zhang Yunqing, Mr. Zhang, did you actually give away the money of those people you dealt with? Zhang Yunqing replied, of course they have all been given away. If they had not been given away, I would naturally tell everyone. Why does Mr. Zhuang distrust me? Zhuang Jiren smiled and said, no, no. I drank a little, just out of curiosity. Just ask, don't worry too much. Zhang Yunqing didn't show his face, Zhou Wenqing didn't look good, and Zhao Manfu didn't look good either. They thought there was something wrong with Zhuang Jiren. After all, there was no way to confront this kind of thing. So what if I asked? It would probably be fine if I didn't ask. Under Zhuang Jiren's instruction, Yu Linfei raised a glass and toasted to Zhang Yunqing, Mr. Zhang, today is such a happy day. I salute you and thank you for handling things so successfully and bringing us such exciting news. Zhang Yunqing raised his wine glass and touched it gently with Yu Linfei and said politely, Mr. Yu, you're very polite. I'm just helping our company with things and taking care of everyone's affairs at the same time. Here's to you. The two drank a drink. Yu Linfei raised his wine glass again and toasted Zhou Wenqing with a glass of wine alone, then asked, who is Mr. Zhou looking for tonight? Zhou Wenqing replied, it's Xiao Lu from the garden office. How's the communication going? Well enough. What else does it mean? The audit bureau will hold a meeting for us tomorrow. Do they approve or disapprove of our current valuation data? Mr. Yu, Xiao Lu from the garden office is more polite. First of all, he expressed that he is relatively young and does not have rich work experience. He does not know many plants. So he wanted to know more about plants in the future, so that he could participate in similar inquiry work today and avoid being deceived by others. The inquiry work he participated in this time made him thoroughly realize this. The names of many plants are just what others say, and he just listens to them, which is very passive. Haha. If he were at this level. It is indeed relatively passive. However, precisely because he is at this level, it is really more beneficial to us. At least he cannot propose some plans or measures at a professional level that lower our valuation. That's true. Congratulations on your good luck. Okay, have a drink. After Yu Linfei had another drink with Zhou Wenqing, he felt that he had not been asked for clearer information, so he reluctantly continued the conversation. Then what do you think of Lu Gong's last attitude in the garden department? Zhou Wenqing explained, I fully communicated with Lu Gong. Let him understand that our project is an emergency project. The amount of labor and machinery used is large and the efficiency is low, which increases a lot of costs. At the same time, the seedlings and granite they are asking for prices this time are much more urgent than the normal construction projects, and the corresponding seedling procurement and transportation costs are much higher. The processing of granite, the cycle time is shortened a lot. This leads to the need to find more manufacturers for production. If the quantity of stones supplied by a single manufacturer is reduced, the purchase unit price will be increased. At the same time, because the manufacturer is required to work overtime for production, the manufacturer must pay corresponding overtime pay. In this case, the cost of granite will increase, and Lu Gong from the gardening department understands. Then this principle is somewhat opposite to Niji's principle. Didn't the other party ask? Asked. Xiao Lu from the gardening office said, I see that the purchase volume of many of your seedlings has increased. According to the principle of granite, the unit price of your seedlings should be relatively low, not a relatively high price. It's a bit big. How do you explain it? It took me at least half an hour to explain this clearly. I explained to him that seedlings are different from stone. Seedlings are living resources on the market and their quantity is very limited. Unlike stone, as long as the quantity in the mine is sufficient, there will be no demand for price increases due to large quantities. As for seedlings, when the demand is too great, close to or exceeding the known supply in the market, the bosses who have seedling sources will think that there is a rare commodity, so they will be in a wait-and-see state and want to increase the price. Did the other party finally understand? I finally got it. This made me miserable. I thought that if this layman couldn't explain it clearly, he would definitely think that we were talking nonsense. We are fooling him, just to make our price higher. Yu Linfei asked again, after Xiao Lu from the garden office understood it. Did he express his position? He expressed his position. He said that he understood us and would not put forward special requirements for our valuation work. As long as everyone thinks there is no problem, he will sign when it is time to sign. Then this statement is still very important. Well, that's all it can do. I'm quite satisfied with the result. Zhao Manfu suggested that everyone have a drink. Come, brothers, let's have another drink together, and then discuss what we should do at the price recognition meeting tomorrow morning. Good. Cheers. Good. Good. Zhao Manfu presided over the discussion at the dining table as if at a conference table. He glanced at Zhuang Jiren and said, Mr. Zhuang, you are experienced. Please take the lead and tell us what we should do tomorrow morning. After Zhuang Jiren quickly glanced at everyone sitting at the table, he said slowly, I think tomorrow morning, regardless of whether the detailed price data they give us is correct or not, we should find some reasons to reject it directly. If we can't, they recognize the price on the spot. Otherwise, it is easy for them to think that we are getting too much of a bargain, and that the price they gave us is too high. In serious cases, it will cause them to regret it. Mr. Yu, tell me. I think Mr. Zhuang is right. When we see the detailed list, we should try to ask some questions, especially the most conspicuous questions. Asking a few more questions will psychologically make them think that we really can't stand them. Recognized price. Mr. Zhou, please tell me. I think what Mr. Zhuang and Mr. Yu said makes sense, but these things are not static. After we have an idea in our hearts, we still have to be mentally prepared. It is very likely that we will be asked to express our position in person. If this happens and we still refuse to agree, will there be any major problems? Zhuang Jiren responded, if this kind of problem arises. I don't think we can agree directly yet. At least put forward some opinions and express that you can't accept it. Hope it can be adjusted higher for us. If you agree to adjust some for us in person, we will discuss how to adjust it in person. The outcome document agreed in this case is more likely to be affirmed by all parties. Mr. Zhang, you have a lot of contact with the Audit Bureau, and you are also responsible for the main data issues. Tell me what you think. I agree with Mr. Zhuang's opinion that he cannot immediately agree to the price recognition result. No matter what, we are 3 companies in total and we all know our own costs. We can recommend one product to each company and say that the price is inappropriate and ask for adjustment. This is consistent with everyone's opinion. Is there anything new? What's new about this matter, Mr. Zhao? However, based on the information I learned from my contact with the Audit Bureau, they should be eager for us to immediately agree to the valuation results they proposed. In this way, they can complete the work quickly and provide a satisfactory explanation to all parties, so as to avoid the serious consequences of failure to complete the work in the future, and their Audit Bureau will be blamed. In other words, they should have a mentality of eagerness to dump the blame. In terms of the eagerness to produce results documents, in fact, the reasons why the Audit Bureau cannot state it openly are consistent with our needs. Our 3 construction companies are all eager for them to sign and approve the result documents of the appraisal to us immediately. So, what do you think we should do? This is a concern for all of us. I think we need to be mentally prepared, and we must fully communicate with people from the Audit Bureau during the meeting or within 1 hour after the meeting to reach a consensus between both parties. Otherwise, if we delay the process for a long time, we won't get any good results. What I mean is that after we put forward some different opinions, it would be better for the Audit Bureau to adopt some of them. If it cannot be adopted directly, it would be better to make some adjustments to us. Even under the strict rejection of the other party, they would not agree to give it to us anyway. If the price is to be adjusted, then we should choose to be soft and reluctantly agree to their price in person, but we must press to see if we can sign immediately. If we have to delay signing for a long time anyway, we need to carefully check the cost data. For any valuation that is lower than our cost, we will form a written report requesting reconfirmation of the valuation results. Under these conditions, we force them to give us a reasonable price appraisal result document and sign and approve the price appraisal result document to us in a timely manner. When we get this appraisal result document, we actually still have some seedlings that have not entered the market, and we still have the opportunity to increase our gross profit margin. Zhao Manfu nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well, what Mr. Zhang just said is very clear, and that's exactly what I meant. Let's see if there is a better way." Zhuang Jiren, no more. Yu Linfei, no more. Zhou Wencheng, I don't have any anymore. It's good to do it this way. Zhao Manfu laughed and said, "Okay, we've finished discussing the business. Let's not talk about work, just romance. Everyone wants to drink and be happy. We won't go home until we get drunk tonight. Come and drink to our unprecedented unity." Zhao Manfu, Zhang Yunqing, Zhou Wencheng, Zhuang Jiren, and Yu Linfei started drinking. It was not until 2 o'clock in the evening that everyone was drunk and staggering, and they reluctantly left. Nanshan Audit Bureau Conference Room, 10 a.m. Meeting host, Director Li of the Audit Bureau. Participants: Li Gong from the Audit Bureau, Xiao Zhao from the Institutional Affairs Bureau, Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission, Xiao Lu from the Gardening Department, Tao Ting, the Cost Manager of Jingchuan Group, the Construction Agency, Huang Yuandong, Director of the Supervision Unit, and Ding Qiaohe from the Cost Consulting Unit Modu Ichai. Representatives of the Construction Unit for the first bid section are Zhao Manfu, Production Manager of the Nanhai Area of Western Construction Company, Limited, Zhang Yunqing, Commercial Manager of the Nanhai Area, and Zhou Wencheng, Project Manager of Nanshan. Representative of the Construction Unit, Zhuang Jiren, Nanshan Project Manager of Daedatong Company for the second bid section. Representative of the Construction Unit, Yu Linfei, Nanshan Project Manager of Fuxian Company for the third bid section. Director Li of the Audit Bureau made a speech. "Comrades, good morning. Thank you all for taking the time to participate in the appraisal and application review meeting for the professional subcontracting unit of the Nanshan Project Garden Landscape organized by our Bureau." Zhao Manfu, the construction unit of the venue, took the lead in applauding, and everyone also followed suit. As the applause faded away, Director Li of the Audit Bureau continued, "Through the members of our valuation team who spent more than a week. On-site surveys investigated all large nurseries and all large stone manufacturers in Nanshan City, and collected and compiled first-hand market price information. After full analysis, comparison and research, the Nanshan project was an urgent project and an emergency project. Regarding the particularity, the valuation team held a meeting yesterday to discuss and formed a preliminary outcome document of the valuation review. According to the rules, I have to review and approve this outcome document before I can hold a meeting with the construction unit. However, Mr. Wang Pingyan, the person in charge of the Nanhai branch of Jingchuan Group, the construction agency, called me every day to urge me to submit the appraisal document, saying that at the current construction site, serious slowdowns on the part of the construction unit have been discovered. This is reflected in the fact that many seedlings and granite materials did not arrive according to the planned timetable for rush work, which seriously affected the rhythm of rush work. He urged me to give an explanation today, otherwise he would report this conflict to a higher level and ask higher-level leaders to come forward to resolve it. Based on the above special reasons, all participants are requested to check the Nanshan Project Garden Landscape Professional Subcontract Price Application and Review Form in front of you as soon as possible. If there are any problems, we will discuss and resolve them face to face at the venue. The venue was quiet for about 10 minutes, and everyone was carefully checking the detailed data in the Nanshan Project Garden Landscape Professional Subcontracting Price Application Review Form. Yulin Fei from the third bidding section raised his hand and spoke, "Dear leaders, the price of 3,000 for each small leaf fig is too low. It is lower than my purchase cost. Can you give it some consideration and make an appropriate adjustment?" Li Gong from the Audit Bureau asked, "How much do you want to adjust it to?" "The price has to be adjusted to 6,500 yuan per plant, right? Are you thinking too well? I asked you clearly about this price. The profit for you at this price is not low." Zhuang Jiren from the second bidding section raised his hand and spoke, "Dear leaders, I found that the price of red plumeria flowers was only 9,000 yuan per plant. My actual purchase price was 11,000 yuan per plant. This would result in a loss of 2,000 yuan per plant. If the price is not adjusted, I will not dare to purchase this safflower plumeria again in the future." Engineer Li from the Audit Bureau asked, "The cost you mentioned is not necessarily the real cost. Which construction unit doesn't want to pay more for the approved price? Just say how much you want to adjust it to." Zhuang Jiren replied, "You think such a low price, I don't know how to price it. At least it should be higher than the cost, and you should give some living expenses and some profit." Li Gong from the Audit Bureau replied, "How can I give you another profit if the material price is determined? Management expenses and profits have already been included in the quota." Zhang Yunqing explained, "Gong Li, seedlings and stones are unpriced materials in the quota. The corresponding quota only gives the management fee and profit of the corresponding labor fee, and does not take into account the management fee and profit of purchasing unpriced materials at all. Profits and such. If you do not consider these factors when appraising the price, the result of the appraisal given to us will inevitably be unacceptable to the construction unit." Li Gong of the Audit Bureau did not clearly answer Zhang Yunqing's words, but he said to Zhuang Jiren, "The person who just asked the question said that the price of safflower plumeria is inappropriate. You have to propose a price that you think is appropriate." Zhuang Jiren replied, "Okay, leader. I hope to adjust the price of red plumeria from 9,000 yuan per plant in the current draft to 13,000 yuan per plant, which is equivalent to giving about 18% of management fees and profits." Li Gong from the Audit Bureau replied, "Okay, I've written it down." Zhang Yunqing raised his hand and spoke, "Li Gong, I found that there are 1,000 palm trees in total. The original initial price was 8,400 yuan. This price is already lower than the cost. Our cost is 10,000 yuan per plant. I hope it can be adjusted to 11,000 yuan per plant." Li Gong from the Audit Bureau agreed, "Okay, the initial price of palm D is 8,400 yuan per plant, and the cost is 10,000 yuan per plant. I hope to adjust it to 11,000 yuan per plant. I have written it down. Are there any questions?" Yu Linfei raised his hand and said, "The price of this 50 mm thick Chinese black granite is only 180 yuan per square meter. I can responsibly say that this price is definitely not available in the market. I ask for an adjustment." Li Gong from the Audit Bureau asked with a smile, "Have you seen the project quantities of this 50 mm thick Chinese black granite?" Yu Linfei flipped through the Nanshan Project Garden Landscape Professional Subcontract Price Application Review Form again and reported later, reporting to the leader, "This area is not small. How about 100 square meters for the 3 units combined?" Li Gong from the Audit Bureau asked with a smile without getting angry, "Then how much do you want to adjust it to per square meter?" 260 yuan per square meter is more reasonable. Please adjust it for us, leader." Li Gong from the Audit Bureau smiled and pressed the calculator at hand and said, "Even if you adjust it from 180 yuan per square meter to 260 yuan per square meter as you said, the unit price will increase by 80 yuan per square meter. The total price will adjustment is 8,000 yuan. Suddenly, Director Li of the Audit Bureau slapped the conference table in front of him with a pop sound. The water in the teacup in front of him jumped out and spilled water all over the table. The lid of the white ceramic teacup that was lying next to the teacup also jumped up, as if saying with schadenfreude, "It's done, it's done, it's done." Then Director Lee of the Audit Bureau said angrily, "This is a 75 million yuan valuation declaration review meeting, not a 75,000 yuan valuation declaration review meeting. If you ask a question, even if you agree, you can only increase the amount by 8,000 yuan. Just over 1/10,000th. Such a small issue is not allowed to be raised again in this meeting. There were no rules set in the front, and if something went wrong, it was my responsibility. I will boldly set a rule now. If the total price impact is less than 500,000 yuan, no mention will be allowed. Otherwise, today's meeting will not be completed in one day. I still have a very important meeting to attend in the afternoon. It is impossible to continue to accompany you in the meeting in the afternoon." Mr. Lee, who was sitting next to Director Lee of the Audit Bureau, stood up, pulled out many pieces of paper from the drawer placed in the center of the conference table, placed them on the conference table, wiped them gently and slowly several times, and wiped all the spilled papers away. He drank up the water on the table, put the overturned white ceramic teacup lid upright next to the teacup, and silently sat back in his seat. After sitting down, Li Gong quickly glanced at Yu Linfei, the project manager of the third bid section, who had just asked a question that angered Director Lee of the Audit Bureau. Zhao Manfu quickly spoke to smooth things over, "Director Lee, please calm down. It's not worth it to be so angry that it hurts your body. The people in our construction unit have a narrow vision and lack of overall perspective. They always want to make money. When they see the list of losses, they feel like they have a thorn in their backs and feel uncomfortable all over. At the same time, although the amount of work in the current price declaration form is indeed small, it is difficult to guarantee that when leaders from all aspects come, they will say that this is okay. If the amount of work continues to increase, this result will make the construction units are hurt in predictable settlements. Of course, Director Lee's requirements are also very correct, and are very conducive to solving the problem effectively in this urgent situation. I completely agree and support the request made by Director Lee now. Mr. Zhuang, do you still have any different opinions? I completely agree and support Bureau Lee's request. Mr. Yu, who just caused trouble, how about you? Sorry. Director Lee, I made you angry. I completely agree with the rules you set and strictly abide by them. Please don't be angry. Director Lee of the Audit Bureau slowly softened his expression and said loudly, "As long as we all agree to this rule." Are there any other comments you would like to make? Zhao Manfu replied, "We have no comments to raise. Our three bid section construction units have requested to leave the meeting to discuss it. Director Lee, do you think it is okay?" Director Lee from the Audit Bureau smiled, "That's exactly what I meant. Mr. Zhao, let your construction unit go downstairs and find a place to discuss it, and the rest of us will stay and discuss it too." The meeting resumed half an hour later, and the discussion came up with a result acceptable to all parties. Zhao Manfu replied, "Okay." Then he got up and led the way to the parking lot downstairs, where 5 people crowded into a car. Zhao Manfu said, "Mr. You should not have raised a small issue that only affects a few thousand yuan in such an important meeting today." As soon as the issue came out, you can see that Director Lee of the Audit Bureau was immediately offended. Made a rule. This rule means that many of the expenses we want to adjust cannot be adjusted. Mr. Zhang, please tell me which data we have can be adjusted according to the rules set by Director Lee. Zhang Yunqing replied, "I saw that we have actually raised all the items with relatively large price differences. The prices of Mr. Yu's small leaf ficus and Mr. Zhuang's safflower plumeria are a bit low. According to our own formulation, the increase would be more than 400,000 yuan, which does not meet the price difference standard of 500,000 yuan." Zhuang Jiren asked, "What about the item you mentioned, Mr. Zhang?" Zhang Yunqing replied, "What I mentioned is that there are 1,000 palm trees in total. The original initial price was 8,400 yuan per plant and the cost was 10,000 yuan per plant. I hope to adjust it to 11,000 yuan per plant. The price adjustment requirement is 2,600 yuan per plant. Plants, 1,000 plants is equivalent to an increase of 2.6 million yuan. Zhao Manfu asked, this single item requires an increase of 2.6 million yuan. I think it is a bit difficult. Mr. Zhuang, what's your opinion? I also think it's more difficult. Mr. Yu, what about you? I also believe so. Mr. Zhou, what about you? I think it is unrealistic to raise all the 2.6 million yuan. We need to discuss the bottom line we can accept in order to get through. Mr. Zhang, what about you? I agree with Mr. Zhou's opinion. Then what do you think the bottom line is? Mr. Zhang, please tell me from a business perspective. If the price of this variety exceeds 10,000 yuan per seedling, most people will think it is very expensive. So I understand that what they can easily accept is a price of less than 10,000 yuan per plant. Zhuang Zhiren said, according to this logic, it is very likely that we will agree to adjust the price to 9,900 yuan per plant. Yu Linfei replied, it would be best to get 10,000 yuan per plant. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, Mr. Yu, if the asking price for Palm D is greater than or equal to 10,000 yuan per plant at the venue later, okay? Yu Linfei replied, forget it, it's better for you, Mr. Zhao, to speak on behalf of our three families and answer. Zhou Wenqing said sarcastically, if Mr. Yu had said this, I think the teacup next to Director Li would be scrapped today. Zhuang Zhiren finished his attack and said, I guess so too. Forget it, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Yu will try not to let him take the initiative to speak again today. Anyway, our goal is not necessarily to win a lot of benefits, but to ask for a quick signature. Zhao Manfu nodded and said, okay, let's follow this general idea. I'll go up first and then find an opportunity to communicate with Director Li alone. So the five people walked back to the conference room under the leadership of Zhao Manfu. Zhao Manfu didn't see Director Li of the Audit Bureau in the conference room, so he said to the four people, you guys stay outside this conference room and don't run around. Zhao Manfu quickened his pace and arrived at the office of Director Li of the Audit Bureau. Director Li just happened to put down the landline microphone on the table. Zhao Manfu gently knocked on Director Li's office door 3 times. Director Li raised his head and said, Mr. Zhao, please come in. Zhao Manfu said with fear, Director Li, the price we were given today is indeed not ideal. If we follow your requirements, we won't mention items with a price difference of less than 500,000 yuan. So do we. I agreed, but this will result in the prices of Mr. Yu's small leaf ficus and Mr. Zhuang's red-flowered frangipani being unable to be adjusted, and we will lose more than 800,000 yuan from these two items. Director Li replied, I noticed your wording, isn't it just a loss if you make less money? Zhao Manfu replied, yes, it is to make less money. Director Li from the Audit Bureau smiled and said, if you make less money, you still make money. Can we just forget about it? Zhao Manfu replied cautiously, of course, according to your rules, we won't mention it in the meeting later. Only. Director Li of the Audit Bureau smiled and said, if you have any questions, it's okay to just say it. Zhao Manfu replied, okay. Thanks to the leader for understanding. The initial price of Bawang Palm D is 8,400 yuan per plant, and the purchasing costs of our three companies are all 10,000 yuan per plant. Can this unit price be adjusted appropriately for us? Director Li of the Audit Bureau replied, to tell you the truth, after your construction unit left the meeting place, we people discussed it there. Most people don't agree with raising the unit price for you anymore. Zhao Manfu said matter-of-factly, Director Li, look at all the people you have left behind. Of course they all hope that our construction company will make less money. But our construction unit cannot carry millet on our backs to work for the owners. We have to leave something to eat. You can't let the horse run and not let the horse eat grass at the same time. Director Lee of the Audit Bureau said, I don't care how much your costs are, that's your business. Your construction company's mouth is a liar. Which sentence is the truth and which sentence is a lie? Only God can tell you. Know the land. So the cost you mentioned is 10,000 yuan, I won't discuss it with you. What I can tell you is that the leader has explained that due to the special nature of this project, it cannot be too luxurious. Your seedlings costing more than 10,000 yuan each are so eye-catching. Everyone is staring at them and they will have questions in their minds. Many people are wondering if there is a lot of corruption in them. Think about it, ordinary rice now only costs 1.5 yuan per caddy. If a seedling costs 10,000 yuan, you can buy 6,667 caddies of rice. Mr. Zhao, imagine that one of your seedlings is worth 6,667 kilograms of rice, sitting there like a hill. It's so unrealistic. So what are you, a bully? Palm D. Director Lee. Okay, so the price of your Palm D cannot exceed 10,000 yuan per plant, do you understand? I know, then let me lead you to give a number. Okay. Director Lee, you have cut our price so much, can we make a reasonable request? What's the request? I won't know if it's reasonable until you tell me. After the meeting is held and all the price recognition information is finalized, can we sign all the signatures of all parties at the meeting today, so as to avoid the fact that the signatures may not be completed for another week after the people are dispersed? This is a reasonable request and I agree. But if you bring it up at the meeting, if everyone agrees, I will acquiesce. If someone objects, I am powerless because I cannot force others to sign. Zhao Manfu said with a smile, no problem, then I will go to the conference room and wait for you to have the meeting. Okay, you go first, I'll make a call and come right away. Okay. Zhao Manfu left the office of the director of the Audit Bureau, returned to the conference room, and sat down. Auditor Li Gong asked Zhao Manfu, Mr. Zhao, have you just come out of Director Li's office? Yes, Gong Li. The leader said, let me come over first and wait. She also had an urgent phone call to come over after. Okay. After everyone waited for a while, Director Li came to the conference room and said apologetically, I'm sorry to keep you waiting for so long. There was a rather urgent call just now that delayed everyone's time. Mr. Li, please announce the results of our discussion. Li Gong from the Audit Bureau replied, okay. Then he sat up straight, picked up the Nanshan Project Garden Landscape Professional Subcontract Price Application in Review Form in his hand, stared at the handwriting and read. After discussions with the Nanshan Project Garden Landscape Professional Appraisal Group, the following conclusions were reached. 1. The initial pricing of the modeled ficus microphylla will not be adjusted. 2. The initial price of safflower plumeria will not be adjusted. 3. The initial price of Bawang Palm D was 8,400 yuan per plant and was agreed to be adjusted to 9,900 yuan per plant. After Li Gong finished reading, he looked at Zhao Manfu. Zhao Manfu knew it was time to express his position. Thank you to the appraisal team for their hard work during this period. The price the construction unit reviewed by the price appraisal team was indeed relatively low, which allowed us to make a little profit, but there was no huge profit. It not only safeguarded the economic interests of the owners, but also did not force the construction unit to death. Although this result is difficult to accept, it is still far from the profit point expected by our construction unit. But I still continue to convince myself in my heart that this matter must come to a conclusion. We can no longer focus our time and energy on the matter of appraising the price. Our construction unit must devote ourselves to the actual rush for work. Therefore, I made it clear that Western Construction Company, Limited, the construction unit of the first bid section of the Professional Garden Landscape Subcontracting Project of our Nanshan project, agrees with the negotiation results made by the appraisal team. Li Gong from the Audit Bureau finally relieved his nervousness and showed a long-lost smile. Asked, Express your opinion on the second bid section. Zhuang Jiren said, "Hello, leaders, I am Zhuang Jiren, the project manager of Daedatong Company, the construction unit of the second bid section of the Garden Landscape Professional Subcontracting Project of the Nanshan Project. My project is a project manager responsibility contracting system." So, today the leaders swung their swords so hard. In fact, what I saw was that my flesh was cut off piece by you so clearly. Although I am very distressed and heartbroken, I really want to share my sufferings with the leaders again, and I really want to fight for my own interests. But this project is indeed a real work rush project. We project managers actually don't have time to sit here for a meeting, but it is impossible not to come up with such an important valuation matter. Now that Shi Construction Company, Limited, represented by Mr. Zhao, has recognized the negotiation results of the appraisal group, I can no longer fight for additional economic benefits shamelessly. On behalf of Daedatong Company, I would like to express my recognition of the negotiation results of the valuation group. At the same time, on behalf of Daedatong Company, I would like to say thank you to the valuation team for their hard work. Li Gong from the Audit Bureau looked at Yu Linfei and asked, the second bid section expressed its agreement. What are your opinions on the third bid section? Yu Linfei said, "Hello, leaders, I am Yu Linfei, the project manager of Fuxian Company, the construction unit of the third bid section of the Nanshan Project's Garden Landscape Professional Subcontracting Project. Leaders, please don't worry too much. I have read the valuation data given to us by the valuation team this time. Not really good. In terms of the profit of the construction unit, it is not unsatisfactory, but very unsatisfactory. The valuation made by the valuation team has completely shattered the dreams of our leaders at Fuxian Company to make more money from this project. However, 2 of the 3 bidding lots have already expressed their agreement with the price of the appraisal team. If I say that I disagree again, it will definitely cause unnecessary misunderstandings." After Yu Linfei spoke for a while, he paused and continued, "On behalf of our Fuxian Company, I agree with the negotiation results of the appraisal group. I am a rather stingy person, so I cannot say thank you to the price recognition group. Please forgive me, members of the price recognition group." Li Gong from the Audit Bureau said, "Okay, all 3 bids have been agreed." At this time, Zhao Manfu raised his hand to indicate that he wanted to speak. Li Gong from the Audit Bureau frowned and asked displeasedly, "Everyone has agreed. You were the first to agree. Do you regret it?" Zhao Manfu laughed and said, "Li Gong, you mean we can go back on our word?" Auditor Li Gong made a strong statement, "Of course no regrets are allowed. How can you regret such an important and serious meeting with every spit and nail?" Zhao Manfu smiled and replied, "Gong Li, don't be nervous, I don't want to regret it. I have one more request after seeing that everyone agreed with the results of the price appraisal group's deliberations." Auditor Li asked, "What is the request? Come and listen. I want to ask Mr. Li to revise the results of the consultation on the computer, print out enough copies, and sign them in person while everyone is in the conference room. This saves you the hassle and time-consuming process of finding someone to sign it later. It also gives our construction unit some reassurance." After hearing this, Gong Li quietly asked Director Li, "Boss, can you agree?" Director Li whispered, "I can agree." Li Gong replied, "Okay, I will modify and print it now. Please wait a moment." A few minutes later, Li Gong from the Audit Bureau took 10 revised and improved Nanshan Project Garden Landscape Professional Subcontracting Price Subcontracting Application and Review Form and distributed it to everyone for circulation. Please read it carefully and sign if you have no objection. After the signature was completed, Tao Ting, the manager of the construction agency, took it back and stamped it with the seal of Jingchuan Group, and then brought it to me to stamp the seal of the Audit Bureau. The Audit Bureau will keep one original copy, and the remaining original copies will be returned to Jingchuan Group for distribution and retention. Zhao Manfu whispered to Zhang Yunqing, "Look carefully and make sure you don't make a mistake." After reading it, Zhang Yunqing said, the initial price of Bawang Palm D was 8,400 yuan per plant, and has been adjusted to 9,900 yuan per plant. The total price is based on the 66.75 million yuan before adjustment at today's meeting, with an additional 1.5 million yuan added, equal to 68.25 million yuan. This printed version is correct, has no problems, and is ready for signature. Mr. Zhao, it's your job to sign for our unit. Zhao Manfu nodded and took the signature pen handed over by Zhang Yunqing, and signed his name in cursive script with flying colors. Li Gong from the Audit Bureau asked, if everyone has no objection after reading it, please return it to Mr. Zhao of the construction unit. Then, after signing the signatures of the 3 construction units, they were handed over to the people around them to sign in order to avoid confusion. By the way, in addition to signing the abbreviation of the unit and the name of the signer, the construction unit must also sign the words, "Agree to review price." Please pay attention. Don't sign the wrong one. Zhao Manfu signed, Western Construction agrees to the audited price, above his name, then handed it to Engineer Li and asked, Gong Li, please review it. Does this signature meet your requirements? Li Gong from the Audit Bureau took the document and took a quick look at it and said, no problem, there are 9 more copies, sign them like this. Mr. Zhao, after you finish signing, please ask the second and third bidders of the construction unit. They all signed, and after signing, they were given to Xiao Zhao from the Agency Affairs Bureau, Xiao Zhang from the Disciplinary Inspection Commission, Xiao Lu from the Gardening Department, Tao Ting from Jingchuan Group, Wang Yuandong, Director of the Supervision Unit, and Ding Qiaohe from the Cost Consulting Unit Modu Ichai. Sign, and finally sign for me. Zhao Manfu smiled and said, okay. Follow Gong Li's instructions. While signing, Zhao Manfu arranged for Zhang Yunqing, after I sign the Nanshan Project Garden Landscape Professional Subcontract Price Application and Review Form, you take the document with you and let the second and third bidders sign according to my signature. Then I would like to serve all the leaders and ask everyone to sign the Nanshan Project Garden Landscape Professional Subcontracting Valuation Application and Review Form, in the order just arranged by Engineer Li of the Audit Bureau. Zhang Yunqing stood up and replied, okay. After Zhao Manfu signed 10 documents, Zhang Yunqing handed them to Zhuang Jiren of the second bid section to sign. After Zhuang Jiren of the second bid section signed, Zhang Yunqing handed the document to Yu Linfei of the third bid section for signature. After Yu Linfei finished signing, Zhang Yunqing took the appraisal document and signature pen and handed it to Xiao Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau. Mr. Zhao, please help me sign. Good. After Xiao Zhao from the Government Affairs Bureau finished signing, Zhang Yunqing handed the document and signature pen to Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission. Please sign, please. Good. After Xiao Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission signed, Zhang Yunqing handed the document and signature pen to Xiao Lu from the Gardening Department. Leader, please help me sign. After Xiao Lu from the Gardening Office finished signing, Zhang Yunqing handed the document and signature pen to Tao Ting from Jingchuan Group. Mr. Tao, please sign. Okay, let's stop arguing about the price now. I'm sure, thank you Mr. Tao. You are welcome. After Tao Ting of Jingchuan Group signed, Zhang Yunqing handed the document and signature pen to Huang Yuandong, the Director of the Supervision Unit. Mr. Huang, please sign. Need. If I arrange for you to rush for work in the future, won't you find the reason for not accepting the price? Yes, Mr. Huang. But we have been looking forward to such a day for a long time. Okay. After Huang Yuandong, the Director of the Supervision Unit, signed, Zhang Yunqing handed the document and signature pen to Ding Qiaohe from the Cost Consulting Unit Moduifei. Ding Gong, please trouble you. You're welcome. Now that you have the price recognition document, you can rest assured and get the job. Yes, thank you. You are welcome. After Ding Qiaohe from the Cost Consulting Unit Modu Asia signed, Zhang Yunqing handed the document and signature pen to the auditor Li Gong and said, Hello, Gong Li. Everyone has signed, waiting for you to type the summary and sign. Li Gong smiled and said, whatever summary, this is the result of everyone's common confirmation. The order of signing is in no particular order except for the construction unit. Whichever one signs first can do it. After Li signed, he gave the document to Zhang Yunqing. Please give the document to Mr. Tao Ting of Jingchuan Group. Zhang Yunqing handed over the 10 Nanshan Project Garden Landscape Professional Subcontract Price Application and Review Form documents that everyone had signed to Tao Ting of Jingchuan Group, and said in a low voice, I still want to trouble Mr. Tao to stamp his official seal. Then take it to the Audit Bureau for sealing. Tao Ting from Jingchuan Group nodded. Seeing everyone sitting back in their original positions, Engineer Li from the Audit Bureau asked Director Li, the leader of the Audit Bureau, for instructions. Director Li, today's work has been basically completed successfully. Please make a summary. Director Li of the Audit Bureau nodded. Li Gong from the Audit Bureau took the lead in applauding. Please welcome Director Li's speech. After Mr. Li from the Audit Bureau finished his words, a warm and long welcome applause erupted in the conference room. Director Li of the Audit Bureau chose to speak when the applause gradually faded and said, First of all, congratulations to everyone on the successful completion of the appraisal work for the Garden Professional Subcontracting Project of the Nanshan Project today. Although the construction unit expressed dissatisfaction with the price appraisal results at the venue, in the end the construction unit agreed with the negotiation results of the appraisal group. Here I would like to thank the construction unit for having an overall view and knowing how to make concessions and compromises in a timely manner. I would like to thank the valuation team for their hard work. They have done a solid job in this valuation and the results of the valuation are satisfactory. So far, the only thing left in the valuation work is the official seal of Jingchuan Group and the official seal of the Audit Bureau. Li Gong must pay close attention to this point personally. At the same time, I would like to make a request to the construction unit. From today on, for this project, the price recognition work can no longer affect your work rush arrangements. You three bidders, express your stance in front of everyone. Zhao Manfu said, for the first bid section of our Nanshan Project's Landscape Professional Subcontracting Project, Western Construction Company, Ltd.'s work rush arrangements have never been affected by the Nanshan Municipal Audit Bureau's valuation work. Zhuang Jiren said, for the second bid section of our Nanshan Project's Gardening and Landscape Professional Subcontracting Project, Daedatong Company's work rush arrangements have never been affected by the price appraisal work of the Nanshan Municipal Audit Bureau. Yu Linfei said, for the third bidding section of our Nanshan Project's Gardening and Landscape Professional Subcontracting Project, Fuxiang Company's work rush arrangements have never been affected by the Nanshan Municipal Audit Bureau's price appraisal work. Director Li of the Audit Bureau nodded with satisfaction and said, please remember the commitment made today by all the team members of our Nanshan Project's Professional Gardening and Landscape Subcontracting Project Evaluation Team. Later, the construction unit is requested to step up arrangements for rush work and ensure that it completes the rush tasks it receives. Otherwise, it will be difficult for our Audit Bureau to handle everyone's settlement. The meeting adjourned. Naturally, the meeting erupted into a round of warm applause. Director Li of the Audit Bureau chose to leave the office amid applause. Everyone left the conference room after saying goodbye. Zhao Manfu, Zhang Yunqing, Zhou Wencheng, Zhuang Jiren, and Yu Linfei came to the parking lot. Zhuang Jiren said, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhang, please follow me closely in the past 2 days and declare the Nanshan Project Garden Landscape Professional Subcontracting Subcontract as soon as possible. Get the stamped document of the audit form document. Zhang Yunqing replied, okay, it doesn't matter if I run more frequently. Zhou Wencheng nodded and said nothing. After Zhuang Jiren and Yu Linfei waited for Zhao Manfu, Zhang Yunqing, and Zhou Wencheng to leave first, Zhuang Jiren said, did you pay attention at the meeting today? When Zhao Manfu proposed to sign in person, 2 people looked ugly. Yu Linfei replied, I didn't observe that carefully. Which 2 people's faces do you find are more ugly? One is Tao Ting from Jingchuan Group. Who's the other one? The other is Engineer Li from the Audit Bureau. The two of them look ugly. Is there something wrong? Let's not talk about whether there are any problems. Do you know what these two ugly faces have in common in this appraisal group? Other than the fact that they are all human beings, I don't know what else they have in common. I do know a little about their differences. Oh, what's the difference between the two of them? Do I need to ask this? Mr. Zhuang, your IQ is usually quite normal. Why is it suddenly abnormal? The biggest difference between the two of them is Tao Ting from Jingchuan Group is a beautiful woman. Gong Li from the Nanshan Audit Bureau is a handsome guy, a man. Cough, cough, Mr. Yu, I'm talking to you about business, but you're making trouble. Okay, Mr. Zhuang, Brother Zhuang, I won't cause trouble anymore. You just mentioned Tao Ting from Jingchuan Group and Gong Li from Nanshan Audit Bureau. What do they have in common? Please tell me. Get in the car first, don't stand outside and talk. After the two people got into Zhuang Zhiren's car parked nearby, Zhuang Zhiren whispered, I estimate that Zhou Wenqing did not give away all the money we gave Zhou Wenqing later. According to the amount we originally paid for the meeting, Zhou Wenqing should still be short of this amount now. Money for two people. That's why their faces turned dark, and they signed everything in front of them. If the money was not given to them later, it would be difficult for them to control the situation. If it were me, I would be embarrassed. I'm worried that if Zhou Wenqing and the others don't send the money out, it's very likely that we won't be able to get the stamped version of the Nanshan Project Landscape Professional Subcontracting Subcontract Price Application Review Form in time. Yu Linfei nodded in agreement and said, Mr. Zhuang, with your analysis, I finally understand. Do you think Zhou Wenqing and the others squandered the money, but got the price recognition documents back? Zhuang Zhiren replied, I have this kind of worry, so I discussed it with you. Every day we have a different person urging him, Zhou Wenqing, to get the stamped version of the Nanshan Project Landscape Professional Subcontracting Subcontract Price Application Review Form document. Yu Linfei asked, Mr. Zhuang, what if they never send the money and can't get it back? Zhuang Zhiren analyzed rationally, the situation you mentioned does not exist, because the data of the three companies are connected together, and their own companies, Nanshan Project Garden Landscape Professional Subcontracting Subcontract Price Application Review Form document is stamped. The version must definitely be brought back. But, if they don't handle it well, we will be affected. Yu Linfei asked, if they just can't handle it well, then we can't do anything about them? For example, ask Zhou Wenqing to refund the money. Zhuang Zhiren smiled and said, don't say such stupid things. Our three families are now tied together. It's okay to be a little doubtful about these things, as long as they are done. Don't even think about getting your money back. It turns out that they have already sent money, but now we suddenly have to send money ourselves. People will definitely ask why. Once they knew that we were involved in the internal dispute, no one dared to take our money anymore. Yu Linfei asked unconvinced, Mr. Zhuang, why are we so passive? I can't figure it out. It was very uncomfortable to be held in the hands of Zhou Wenqing and the others. Feeling particularly oppressed. Zhuang Zhiren smiled and said, don't be aggrieved, there will always be issues of mutual trust between the three companies. The reason why I came to discuss this with you is that we both need to use more brains, discover some problems in time, and find solutions in time. Things wouldn't be so scary. Moreover, this matter must be handled jointly by the three companies, and the price paid will be the minimum. We have chosen this method, and in this current situation, there is no way out. All we can do is continue to move forward cautiously. After a meeting at the Audit Bureau, I was driving back to the Nanshan Project Department. Zhao Manfu said to Zhang Yunqing and Zhou Wenqing, have you two thought about it? Today, everyone was forced to sign the price recognition documents on the spot, and there were still 2 units left to affix official seals. An Audit Bureau and a Jingchuan Group. I think the expenses of the two of them are still 130,000 yuan and 50,000 yuan. He can let him pass the 180,000 yuan. Another worker, she has no role in this appraisal at all. Just waive her fee and don't pay her any more. Zhang Yunqing and Zhou Wenqing did not speak after listening to what Zhao Manfu said. Zhang Yunqing thought, before Ding Gong's 50,000 yuan, he didn't explain the total amount to the other party. If he wanted to save money, he wouldn't cause much trouble. If you don't handle the affairs of Mr. Li from the audit bureau, it might be a little troublesome to get the stamped documents. Since the leader has arranged it this way, let's look at it this way. Zhou Wenqing thought that when everyone was forced to sign in person today, Li Gong and Tao Ting looked unhappy. If you still save this money now, you may be causing trouble for yourself. Seeing that neither of them spoke, Zhao Manfu added, if we can save money, we can actually save 230,000 yuan. The money saved does not need to be refunded to the company, let alone the second and third bidding sections. In addition, if we don't say that we have not given it away, there is no evidence for the second and third bids to prove that we did not spend the money. If we don't let everyone sign at the conference today, and then go down to find people one by one to sign, then the price we have to pay will be high. So after the signing is completed today, we should save the 230,000 yuan. Of course, after the savings are made, the three of us can divide them. Among the three of us, I am the highest ranking person with the right to make decisions. And I also saved money by asking everyone to sign in person. I have thought about the distribution plan. I will give 50%, and you two will each give 2.5%. Do you have any questions, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Yunqing has already thought of dividing the money for gifts before he has finished all the things on his mind. What if he divides the money first, but there is nothing he can do about it, and he has to do it in the end? Do you want everyone to return their money? It's just that whoever has the money in their hands can have good economic conditions to refund the money. Even if they have the economic conditions to refund the money, do they have the consciousness to voluntarily refund the money? Zhang Yunqing heard Zhao Manfu asking himself, and didn't know how to answer. He asked blankly, Mr. Zhao, what did you just say? Zhao Manfu looked very unhappy and criticized, the leader is talking about important things, but your mind is wandering. Zhang Yunqing did not speak. Zhao Manfu asked again, Mr. Zhou, did you hear clearly what I just said? Zhou Wenqing and Zhao Manfu were not that familiar, so they couldn't pretend not to hear like Zhang Yunqing did, so they answered honestly, Mr. Zhao, I understand. I understand, you have to speak, you have to express your opinion. Mr. Zhao, may I have any opinion? The leader has arranged it. Just do whatever you say. Then I take it that you agree. Zhang Yunqing was not obedient and was still distracted while the leader was speaking, so he assumed that he also agreed. Then this matter is settled. Do you two know what to do next? Zhang Yunqing said, I don't know what to do. Mr. Zhou, what do you think we should do? If you ask me, we just don't push this matter. Let them do it themselves and let us know. Zhang Yunqing said, this is what the three of us thought about. I can guarantee that the two people responsible for the second and third bids will urge us to get the results every day. If we still can't get back the stamped version of the Nanshan Project Garden Landscape Professional Subcontracting Appraisal and Review Form, after asking several times, we will definitely have to ask if we have given everything away in full, and maybe even he tested us and said that if the money was not enough, we could raise more money. Therefore, my personal understanding is that it will definitely not be possible to delay this matter. Zhao Manfu replied, there are such huge benefits here, how can they be so easy to obtain? You have to use your brains, not only to prevent the other two bids from rushing us, but also to be able to get the stamped version of the Nanshan Project Landscape Professional Subcontract Price Application Review Form document as early as possible. Zhou Wenqing replied, there is another way to solve this problem. Mr. Li and Mr. Tao are both the best among men. It turns out that it was Mr. Zhang who sent the money to Mr. Li, and I was the one who sent the money to Mr. Tao. We can switch to urging, so that the other two bidders will relax their vigilance when they see that we are urging this matter every day. If necessary, you can even ask them to apply for some more money and make some more blood, lest they think this matter is easy to handle and spend all day jabbering. In order to confirm whether his understanding was correct, Zhang Yunqing asked Zhou Wenqing, Mr. Zhou, what do you mean by changing the reminder? I'll be the one to urge Mr. Li, and you'll be the one to urge Mr. Tao. Zhang Yunqing said, oh, and was speechless. He thought to himself, this method is a good method for Zhou Wenqing, but it is not a good method for me. Think about it, Zhou Wenqing sent the money to Tao Ting. Naturally, it would be easier for Zhou Wenqing to go to Tao Ting. Even if he had a request, he could only choose to give it to Zhou Wenqing, and it was impossible to choose to give it to Zhang Yunqing. Moreover, Tao Ting stamping was the first step in stamping the Nanshan Project Garden Landscape Professional Subcontracting Valuation Application and Review Form document, which was relatively difficult. Zhao Manfu smiled and asked Zhang Yunqing, what's wrong with you today? You usually talk so much, but for such an important matter today, what do you mean by just coming and going? It doesn't mean anything. I'm too lazy to tell you. If it doesn't mean anything, just follow Mr. Zhou's advice. Tomorrow you go to urge Mr. Li from Jingchuan Group to stamp it, and Mr. Zhou will go to urge Mr. Li from the Audit Bureau to stamp it. You send Mr. Zhou's phone number and office door number. Well, I've already sent a text message to Mr. Zhou. Before arriving at the project department, Zhang Yunqing received a call from Zhuang Jiren from the second bidding section and asked, Mr. Zhang, who will you arrange to go to Mr. Tao Ting tomorrow to get the Nanshan Project Garden Landscape Professional Subcontracting Subcontract Price Approval Form? Where's the stamped version of the document? Zhang Yunqing pressed the phone on speakerphone and said, what's wrong with Mr. Zhuang? If you want to know who is going to find Mr. Tao Ting, do you still want to go with him? I happen to be free tomorrow. If possible, of course I would still be happy to make a trip. Okay, I'll go see Mr. Tao tomorrow. Do you think it's a good time to go there? Can you drive to pick me up and go with me? Can.